Morning,
I've
sir.
remembered my glasses. You'd be glad to know.
This morning we're going to begin phase 7 of the inquiry.
Yes?
We're going to hear from Mr. Ellison of YouGov.
Yeah.
Repeat after me. I do solemnly,
I do solemnly,
sincerely and truly
declare and affirm
that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Can you state your full name, please?
It's Gavin Ellison.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ellison, you should have in front of you 2 witness statements. The first is dated the 17th of September of this year with a URN WITN 116802000. Is that statement true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
That's right.
And that statement exhibits your first report, that's EXPG 607. Perhaps that can be brought onto screen. It's a report of September 2024, and it's 100 pages in length, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
So, and we'll be looking at that in more detail shortly. You've produced a second witness statement, that's WITN 116802000. Is that statement true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
That's right.
Yes, can you see your signature on both of those witness statements?
That's right.
Thank you. And that second statement exhibits an addendum report. Can we please turn up onto screen EXPG 609? And that's entitled Addendum to YouGov Report, also dated September 2024, and that's 3 pages long.
That's correct.
Thank you. And the second addendum report was produced following questions received by a court participant. Is that correct?
That's right, yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask for you to have both of those reports in front of you. We'll be working on screen from a slightly different document, which just has the tables that have been produced in it, and that is EXPG 608. And perhaps that can be brought onto screen as well. While we're waiting for that, thank you very much. This table, this document has on it all of the tables that are produced within your core report. Is that right?
That's right.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks. That can come down for a minute. Can you briefly outline your background and your expertise, please?
Yes, so I'm the head of public sector and not-for-profit research at YouGov. That's a department of around 17 staff, and I have 25 years of experience in social research world. So that includes expertise in study design, methods, questionnaire design, project management, analysis, and report writing.
And I think you worked with a team to compile these surveys and the reports.
That's right, yes.
YouGov is a name that's familiar to many people, but very briefly, can you tell us who YouGov are?
YouGov is an international market research and social research agency, headquartered in the United Kingdom, UK registered company, with over 1,000 staff around the globe at the moment. And we've been operating since the early 2000s.
Before we go to the results of the surveys, I just want to ask you about methodology. You produced 2 questionnaires, one that went to sub-postmasters and one that went to applicants to the historic shortfall scheme. Is that right?
That's right, yeah.
You say at page 9 of your main report that YouGov used their experience and judgment to ensure that all questions were asked in a fair and balanced way. Typically, how might you do that?
Well, typically for a process of questionnaire development, looking at ideas for questions and then working those up into fair and balanced questions, where we might be looking for things like whether a question it could be leading or not, whether the scales are balanced, such as an example, a satisfaction question, rather than state that rather than the question wording being how satisfied are you with X, Y, and Z, it should really read how satisfied or dissatisfied are you with X, Y, and Z, and that the satisfaction scale in that example is balanced, so it has, for example, very satisfied, quite satisfied, a neutral option, and then quite dissatisfied, very dissatisfied, so a 5-point balanced scale. Also in the wording of questions where you might see something like which of the following have happened, it should really read something like which of the following, if any, have happened. So we're not presuming that certain things have happened when they may not have happened. So really in that process that we went through over a number of iterations of designing the questionnaires, we were looking to make sure that those questions were worded in a very neutral and inclusive way.
Thank you. One core participant has referred to the potential for something called voluntary response bias. What do you understand by that, and to what extent might that play a part in the response?
Well, I mean, the only survey that's compulsory is the census, so we are reliant on people taking part in the survey. That element of voluntary or often called non-response bias is perhaps a sense that those who didn't respond to the survey might have very different reviews to those that did respond. There's a number of things that we need to do to try to make sure that everyone has a chance to respond who can, and we follow those processes and best practice in the sense that we invited everyone that we had access to through an online email method. We repeated that through a couple of reminders. We also sent everyone on our lists a letter. So those who didn't have an email address would have received a letter which contained a link. So the idea is just to be as inclusive as we possibly can when we're inviting everyone to take part in the survey.
The fieldwork period was between the 18th of July and the 15th of August of this year. Is that correct?
That's right.
Yeah. Is that a typical or reasonable period for fieldwork?
I think allowing at least 3 weeks is considered to be generally good for best practice purposes. So that did allow for that to happen, and we did have to factor in that we were sending people letters in addition to sending them email requests to take part.
Thank you. Could we please turn to the core report, that's EXPG 607 and page 9. This chart does appear in our other document, but I also want to take you over the page, and the breakdown on the next page doesn't appear. So we'll use the report just to look at this first one. It's page 9. The chart there, halfway down the page, shows the completion rate, those who completed the questionnaire. For the sub-postmaster, current sub-postmaster questionnaire, do we see there 1,015 people responded?
That's right.
And for the HSS historic shortfall scheme applicants, there were 1,483.
That's right.
Not all of those who started the survey finished, and we see there in the box to the left the numbers who didn't totally complete the form. Is that
That's
correct?
correct, yeah.
Do you consider the number of respondents to be statistically significant for the purposes of a survey?
Yes, to have those two numbers, for them to be over 1,000 is very useful. The response rate to the HSS applicant survey is very strong. I would say to get anywhere near 50% of those who are invited is very strong. It's not strictly applicable to this type of survey, which was a census rather than a random probability sample, but you can use an indicative margin of error, for example. That might help in considering the results. So for something that is approaching 1,500 responses, we'll be looking at a plus or minus of 2.5% from the true population. And for the survey of current and sub-postmasters, that would be around plus or minus 3%. I would have liked the response rate to be higher from the sub-postmasters side. There's no doubt about that, but still having over 1,000 there is very helpful.
Are you aware of any reasons why the HSS applicant response rate might be higher than current sub-postmasters?
The methods that were applied are exactly the same for both. As I've explained, the email invites and a letter approach and the repeating of reminders by email, that was exactly the same. So there's nothing within the method that would suggest why that is, why it's lower for current sub-postmasters. So you're just speculating about levels of engagement from the current sub-postmasters, and then the nature of the questionnaire and the subjects that are being covered. Applicants to the scheme are clearly feeling that it's something that they wanted to reply to in greater numbers, greater proportions than the current sub-postmasters.
Thank you. Over the page, please, we can see that you've broken down by various factors the responses. Looking at the current sub-postmasters, it seems there that there are slightly more males than females responding, or it may simply be that there are more males than females in the sub-postmaster cohort.
They could be, yeah. I don't think we know the full population demographics of current sub-postmasters.
Looking at the age, it looks as though they are larger in number towards the higher ages.
Yes, that's right.
Slightly older.
Yes.
In terms of ethnicity, 59% said that they were white, 34% reported as ethnic minorities.
Yep, that's correct.
I think you've also said in the report that those from ethnic minorities tended to be younger. Is that correct?
That's right, yes. When we're looking at the analysis by those demographic variables, we do have to be careful sometimes that something that could look as if it is a difference that is between ethnicities could actually be driven potentially more by the age difference.
So where we see certain results, that might have impacted on that.
Yes, the report does make that clear when we believe that that could be happening.
And we see there in terms of regions, 78% of respondents were from England.
Yes.
And 87% were from a single branch. So a very significant proportion were sub-postmasters operating one branch only.
Yes.
If we go over the page, please, we can see the breakdown of responses from the HSS survey. Very similar in terms of male to female ratios. Before we had 54% male, here we have 57%. 66% are over the age of 60, and that was compared to 36% of the current sub-postmaster respondents. So the respondents to the historic shortfall scheme survey tended to be older, is that right?
That's right.
In terms of ethnicity, 68% reported that they were white, 28% reported as being from an ethnic minority, a slightly higher percentage of ethnic minorities in the current sub-postmaster cohort compared to the historic shortfall scheme survey, is that right?
That's right.
And does that fit in with the analysis in terms of age group and perhaps the amount of time that they have been a sub-postmaster for?
Yes, that's correct. And of course, there is within the report you'll see references to the length of time at which they've been a sub-postmaster, and of course that is obviously correlated with their age.
Thank you. Very similar proportions to current sub-postmasters in terms of the regions. If we scroll down slightly, let's start now by looking at the sub-postmaster survey. That's covered in chapter 4 of your report. It's page 13 where it begins, but let's bring up onto screen, please, EXPG 608. And we begin by looking at training. If we go on to figure 2, so over the page, please. This is the headline analysis of training. Is the headline really that we see here at the bottom that 66% plus 33%, that's 99% of respondents had received training at some point?
Yes, the figures on the screen have been moved around, though.
Pardon?
So the figures on the screen do not match the line up from the chart, the original chart. The figures I'm looking on the screen here have got decimal points.
Ah, yes.
And the alignment of the options is not correct.
So perhaps if we turn back to EXPG 607, maybe we'll just work off of the actual report itself. It's page 14. I think it's only that chart that affects.
Okay.
If we could turn to page 14, please. So there at the bottom, if we can see net any training, nearly everybody who responded has received some sort of training at some point.
That's right.
Is there anything else that stands out in respect of that chart?
No, I mean, important things to remember sometimes in the questionnaire and the report are that this is what people are recalling having received as well. So this is all recall. So it's people remembering that they have received training.
Let's move on, please. If we go back then to EXPG 608 and figure 3, so that's page 3, we'll then move on. Sub-postmasters were then asked about the content of their training, types of training. Mostly, they could tick all of the boxes, couldn't they, in this?
That's right, it's a multiple choice response.
88% received training on general transactions, for example, carrying out day-to-day transactions. High numbers for balancing as well, but much smaller numbers when it came to matters such as dealing with discrepancies, use of the suspense account, dealing with technical issues.
That's right. So yes, it's useful here to remember again about this is them recalling, so it's often, I would suspect, what's at the top of their mind, what they remember about the training were those key ones at the top there, the general transactions and the balancing. They're the ones that stuck in people's minds from the training they'd received.
And if we turn now to figure 4, respondents were asked about their satisfaction levels in respect of the training. We see there red is net dissatisfaction, purple is net satisfaction. A much larger number of the net dissatisfied, is that right?
That's right.
42% versus 25%. 30% they're neither satisfied nor dissatisfied. And I think you've said in your report that the 42% net dissatisfied figure rises to 50% amongst those aged between 50 and 59.
That's right, yes.
Yes. Thank you. Could we turn now to figure 5, please? And this drills down further and looks at length of service. Can you assist us with this chart?
Yeah, so this is general satisfaction with the training that was received, broken down by the length of time working. The length of time working is one of those things that immediately stands out when you look in the data in terms of the key differences in the way that people are responding to the survey. And there is a very consistent pattern whereby those with less experience who have been working for a shorter amount of time, typically 2 years or less or 5 years or less, do tend to be generally more satisfied than those with longer experience of being a sub-postmaster, and this is an indication of that. So those with the highest levels of satisfaction with the training were those who have been in post for 2 years or less, and it steadily decreases with the length of time of being a sub-postmaster.
You obviously can't say for sure, but this might indicate, mightn't it, that training has improved in recent years, potentially?
It could also be related to training that's received soon after becoming as the sub-postmaster. I would guess that that's more likely to have happened, and therefore it may be fresher in their minds, potentially.
Let's leave training and move on to operation of the Horizon system. And can we please look at figure 6, please? This looks at overall satisfaction with the Horizon system. And the question at the bottom there, we see overall, how satisfied or dissatisfied are you with the Horizon IT system? A lot of red in this example.
Yes, it's kind of similar to the previous chart, but yes, only around a quarter would say they're satisfied with the current system in operation.
And we have there 25% are or responded that they were very dissatisfied.
Yes, that's right. And there is the same dynamic in terms of the length of service as well.
And what do you mean by that?
Well, so those who have been working for 2 years or less, 37% of them are satisfied with the Horizon system, and that compares to the 25% that we see for the response group as a whole. And as the length of time being a sub-postmaster is longer, the dissatisfaction levels rise.
And we can see that actually if we turn over the page to figure 7. Those are the figures there. So satisfaction levels slightly improve if you look at those who have only worked for 2 years or less. Is that correct?
That's right.
But is it also right to say that in every age category there were more dissatisfied than there were satisfied?
That's true, yes, even those who have fewer than 2 years of service. Yes.
Thank you. Could we turn over the page, please, to figure 8? Respondents were then asked about issues experienced on the Horizon system in the last 12 months, and this provides that analysis, does it?
That's right. So again, a multiple choice of issues that have been experienced in the last year.
They could tick as many boxes
yes.
as they wanted. If we look at the top 4, over half of respondents experienced at least one of screen freezes, loss of connection, issues with pin pad, and unexplained discrepancies. Is that correct?
That's right.
And only if we look at the bottom, we have the 6% who haven't experienced and the 2% who don't know or can't remember.
Yes.
Could I ask you, we won't turn it up on screen, but if you could turn to page 18 of your first report. I think you report there about sub-postmasters mentioning issues within open-ended comments. Could you explain that for us, please?
Yes, so searching through the comments to look for those who are talking about the current operation of the Horizon system, we can find a number of comments. There's one that is that's detailed there, which says, "In my opinion, Horizon is still flawed. I regularly have unexplained discrepancies, often altering daily or manifesting at balance."
So these were boxes within the survey where people could type in any response.
That's right.
And if you continue looking at your own report on page 19, you've carried out some further analysis that isn't shown on this chart. Are you able to assist us with that, please?
That's right, yes. So there is a connection, of course, between the discrepancies, the issues that are being experienced and the level of current satisfaction with the system, as you might expect. So those who are experiencing particular types of issues are less likely to be satisfied with the system. So in the report it states that 81% of those who are satisfied with the system still reported experiencing an issue, but that these issues tended to be things like the screen freezes, the loss of connection, and issues with a pin pad, which might be more, perhaps considered to be less serious issues. Those who were dissatisfied with the current operation of the system, they were much more likely than others to report issues such as unexplained discrepancies, unexplained transactions, missing transactions, and double entry of transactions. So there's a difference there between those who are experiencing the different types of issues and their resultant satisfaction with the current system.
And if we look on that page, page 19, towards the bottom, you also have carried out some analysis in terms of frequency. Is it right to say that I think 65% of those who have experienced problems in the last 12 months have experienced those on a monthly basis?
That's right, yes. 16% a few times a week, 6% once a week, and then, more on a few times a month and once a month.
Thank you. So a majority of those who responded reported experiencing issues on a monthly basis?
Well, a majority of those who responded reported issues, and then 2/3 of those who reported issues reported that was happening on a monthly basis.
Thank you. Moving on now to advice and assistance. That's page 21 of your report. Can you assist us with your initial findings there on page 21 before we move on to figure 9?
Yeah, so this is a section where we asked questions about the Business Support Centre, and we found that nearly everyone who responded had contacted the Business Support Centre in the last 12 months. 97% of those who responded had done so, and it was quite common for them to be doing so at least once a month, so 52% had called at least once a month.
Thank you. Let's turn to figure 9, please. And this sets out the reasons why people have called or reported calling the helpline. Once again, they could give multiple reasons. Is that correct?
Yes, multiple choice question.
And if we look there, we can see 76% called as a result of a technical issue, 46% as a result of a balancing issue. And then
right.
Smaller figures for those other responses.
Yes.
At page 22, just below that chart, you have given some more detail and broken that down a little more. Are you able to assist us with that, please?
Yeah, so there was a follow-up question to that because we were interested in whether they felt that the response they'd received was tailored to the issue that they'd been experiencing, or whether they felt that they were being given a generic response, which resulted in quite an even split. 45% felt that the advice they'd received was tailored, and 53% felt that it was a very generic response they were given. And there were some differences in terms of whether they felt the advice was tailored, some differences in terms of age and ethnicity, and in satisfaction. So again, an interesting link with those who are currently satisfied with the system. Those who felt they were given some tailored advice, 64% of them were satisfied with the system, 34% of them were dissatisfied.
So in your view, you've set out a number of bullet points, but the one that stands out there is that those satisfied with the Horizon system, it was 64% versus 34% of those who were dissatisfied.
Yes, so there's a clear link there between they being given tailored advice rather than generic advice. And given that nearly everyone is contacting the Business Support Centre, that's clearly an important element.
Thank you. Could we please turn to figure 10? That's over the page. This addresses overall satisfaction with the Business Support Centre. This is, I think, possibly the first case where we have more of the purple than the red. We have 42% net satisfied against 26% dissatisfied. Is that correct?
That's right.
And I think you've said at page 22 that a slightly lower percentage of those were from an ethnic minority background that were satisfied.
That's correct, yes. So the score for the satisfied was 45 for those from a white background and 37 for those from an ethnic minority background. And this further reinforces the importance of the tailored advice, because 71% of those who received tailored advice were satisfied with the Business Support Centre service, compared to just 17% of those who felt that they had had a generic response.
Thank you very much. Moving now to transaction corrections. And figure 11, please. 81% reported receiving a transaction correction in the last 12 months. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yes. And if we please turn to figure 12, it looks at those who have disputed transaction corrections. 46% have disputed at least one in the last 12 months. Is that correct?
That's right.
I think you've analysed this at page 24 of your report. And you've said that younger sub-postmasters and those from ethnic minority backgrounds were more likely to fall within that 46%.
That's correct, yes. So the younger sub-postmasters aged 18 to 39, 68% of them had done that disputing. And those from the ethnic minority backgrounds, 58%. And those who had been a sub-postmaster for 2 years or less, it was 63%.
If we turn over the page, please, to figure 13 and 14. 13 and 14 look at satisfaction levels with elements of the transaction corrections process. Let's look at figure 13 first. Can you assist us with that?
Yes. So with 13, I mean, nearly everyone who took part had the ability to respond to this question. So they were asked about their satisfaction with the review or dispute ROD function, and their level of satisfaction in terms of their access to having sufficient data to be able to review or dispute transaction corrections. And for both of those elements, they felt that there was more dissatisfaction than there was satisfaction.
And if we look at the top one, broadly equal numbers between satisfied and dissatisfied for the review or dispute function itself.
Yes.
But then if you look at the access to sufficient data, there is far greater dissatisfaction with the access to data.
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. If we look at now at figure 14 over the page, this just looks at those who have disputed a transaction correction in the last 12 months. And first it looks at whether respondents were satisfied with the outcome. And we have there 40% net dissatisfied against 33% satisfied.
Yes, so this goes through the outcome and then the response that was received and how long it took to respond.
And it looks there as though there is a higher level of dissatisfaction with the response received after raising the dispute than in respect of the outcome of the transaction. So the second one, there is a higher level of dissatisfaction compared to the first, for example.
That's right.
And there is, if we go down, even greater level of dissatisfaction with how long it took the post office to respond.
Yes, that's the element with the highest level of dissatisfaction.
Turning now to the issue of discrepancies, and that's page 28 of your report. Can you assist us with some analysis that you've carried out at the very top of page 28, please?
Yes, so 69% of those surveyed reported that they had experienced an unexplained discrepancy since the point of January 2020. Those who had been working for longer were the most likely to have experienced something. Those who and then among that group, we looked into the frequency with which that was happening.
Thank you. Could we bring onto screen, please, figure 15, so that's page 15 of EXPG 607, and that addresses the frequency of unexplained discrepancies. Thank you. It's figure 15. Oh, sorry, it's EXPG 608. Thank you. If we scroll down, thank you very much. So this addresses the frequency of unexplained discrepancies. Most common in this box was a couple of times a year, followed by once every 2 to 3 months. Is that right? We see there 25% for a couple of times a year, 21% once every 2 to 3 months.
That's right.
But then on the left-hand side, we see there a few times a month and at least once a month. So that's 17 and 18%. Adding those two together on the left-hand side, we get 35% of respondents who experienced an unexplained discrepancy once a month or more than once a month. Is that right?
Yes, sorry, yes.
Thank you. Could we please turn to figure 16? And this looks at those who have experienced an unexplained discrepancy, and it provides the amounts of a typical discrepancy that they may receive. Half of those were less than £200, or half of the typical discrepancies were less than £200. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
And if we add, for example, the 50%, the 39%, and the 5%, we see there that 89% reported that a typical discrepancy is less than £1,000, or sorry, £1,999.
Yes, if you add the first two, the less than 200 and the so less than 1,000 would be.
There are some figures that are above £2,000, although considerably smaller numbers.
Very, very few. Yes.
We have there 1% between 5,000 and 9,000. So 5,000 and 9,999. But you also have 1% above 30,000.
Yes.
If you could have a look at the bottom of page 28 in your report, I think you say that 98% of those reporting discrepancies reported shortfalls, 34% also reported surpluses.
Yes, we were interested in, obviously it's a multiple choice, so whether they were shortfalls or whether there'd been any experience of surpluses as well. So nearly all of them had experienced shortfalls. A third had some surpluses though.
Thank you. Could we turn over, please, to figure 17? And this looks at how discrepancies were resolved. And we see there the most significant figure is a sub-postmaster resolving it themselves or through using the branch's own money. Is that correct?
That's right.
Does anything else stand out there for you?
Yes, I mean, there's some analysis of within that. So the most likely group to be resolving it using their own or branch's money was those with the 11 to 20 years of service. So the slightly longer serving postmasters. And those who were using the business support centre was also significantly linked to the length of service. So it was much more popular route among those with more recent, who had more recently become sub-postmasters. So among those who had more recently become, 38% had followed that route compared to the 19% overall. Whereas that group who had been serving for 11 to 20 years, just 11% of them had followed the business support centre route.
Thank you. Turning, please, to figure 18, you then look at satisfaction levels regarding the resolution of discrepancies, and you have significantly more net dissatisfied than you have net satisfied. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
I think at page 30, you've also broken that down and highlighted that those who served as a sub-postmaster for 5 years or less were more likely to be satisfied.
That's right, yes. So it's the same pattern that we've seen previously.
But again, still net dissatisfied.
Still net dissatisfied.
Moving now to suspension and termination, and that's page 31 of your report. Can you assist us? You have some analysis at the top of page 31 that isn't, I don't think, addressed by the figure below.
That's right. So yes, 86% had never been either suspended or threatened with suspension, but 4% reported that they had been suspended and reinstated, and 8% reported that they had been threatened with suspension.
And how about in terms of ethnic minorities?
Yeah, so that varies a little bit. So looking within the 8% who had been threatened with suspension, so that figure for white respondents was 5%, whereas it was 12% for those from an ethnic minority background, and it was in fact 17% of those with an Asian British ethnic minority background.
Are you able to comment in any way as to whether those differences are statistically significant?
So they would be indicatively significant, yes.
And significant of what, sorry?
So the difference between the percentages would be considered statistically significant if we were following the path of statistical significance.
Thank you. And page 31 also says that sub-postmasters from a minority ethnic background is more likely than a white sub-postmaster to have been suspended and reinstated. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
I think the figures there were 6% versus 2%.
Yes, that's right. I mean, as a general point, things that are mentioned in the report, differences between subgroups would only be in the report if the differences between them are large enough to be considered to be statistically significant.
Thank you very much. Figure 19 drills that down a little by length of service. Can you assist us with that, please?
Yes. So this is the point at which they had been, how recent that was. So it's a group of only just over 100 who had been either suspended or threatened with suspension, and for 5% of that group of just over 100, that was within the last 12 months. The largest group there for whom that had happened was the 38% column that you can see there for. And for that group, it had happened 11 years or more ago.
So there seems to be quite a jump from 4 years onwards in terms of length of service as to those who reported having been suspended or threatened with suspension. Is that correct?
That's right. Yes.
I think at page 31, you've also noted that 77% of those who reported being suspended or threatened with suspension were dissatisfied with how it was handled.
That's correct, and 4% satisfied with the handling of it.
Thank you. In your second report, you've addressed a specific question. Could I please take you, we don't need to bring it up onto screen, but the page 2 of your second report, and it's the first and second questions, taking them one by one. If we look at the first question, can you assist us with that follow-up question and your analysis?
Yes, so we were asked whether there was sufficient data within the survey to compare those who had been suspended or threatened with suspension with those who had experienced unexplained discrepancies. So in our response to that question, we explained that the two subjects of the suspension and the unexplained discrepancies, they did come in separate parts of the questionnaire. They're not linked in terms of being able to see whether the unexplained discrepancies was led, in fact, to suspension. So we can't do that. We can only identify a correlation between them, certainly not causation. There were actually only 8 who were surveyed who reported being suspended or threatened with suspension in the last 3 years, and all of those had experienced an unexplained discrepancy. But we have to remember that quite a lot of those responding to the survey had experienced an unexplained discrepancy since January 2020. So it's an interesting thing to look at, but we can't see that there's any causation going on between those two factors.
And the second question on that page, there was another issue that was addressed.
Yeah, so we were asked if there was anything within the open-ended comments or any additional information about whether about what the cause of suspension could be and whether it was related to discrepancies. So looking through all of the detailed responses that were provided, there were some examples that we provided in that addendum of comments that related to threats of suspension or suspension that were also connected to the issue of discrepancies. And we provided 3 examples of those in this addendum.
Thank you very much. Let's move to the topic of audits, and can we please look at, if you look at page 32 of your report, can you assist us there?
Yes, so the question was asked whether since January 2020 there had been an audit for the branch, and 78% said that they had not had an audit. 12% reported there had been one audit of the branch.
And I think it was more likely for those who have been a sub-postmaster for only 2 years.
That's correct, yeah, very clear difference there for the newer sub-postmasters.
So the numbers that we're reporting are very low in terms of those who had received a branch audit.
Yes, so 152 of those who responded had received at least one audit since January 2020.
Thank you. And if we look at figure 20, please, that addresses the issue of satisfaction with how the audits have been conducted. And actually, there were 57% who were net satisfied, only 21% who were net dissatisfied.
Yes, that's right.
Again, I mean, there it seems to be a trend in a lot of these answers with greater satisfaction levels for those newer sub-postmasters. Is that a fair?
That's correct, all the way through, yes.
The sub-postmaster contract, that's addressed at figure 21. The questions here looked at whether sub-postmasters had received their contract and also when they had received their contract. This question was, if we see at the bottom, were you sent a copy of your contract before or after beginning your current role? Overwhelming majority had received a copy of their contract.
Yes, that's right.
I think you've provided some more analysis at page 33.
Yes, so the recall of having received a contract, there was a difference there with the age group. So those aged 50 to 59, 23% of them, and those aged 60 plus, 21% of that group were more likely than the younger age group to have received a copy of the contract after beginning the role.
After beginning their role?
Yes.
Yes.
After beginning the role.
Could we turn now to figure 22? And this addresses the receipt of a contract after the Bates and Post Office Common Issues judgment. Sub-postmasters were asked if they had received a copy after that judgment. And it seems there that a far greater proportion had not received a copy after the Common Issues judgment than had received a copy.
Yes, that's right. In comparison, 53% said that they could not recall having received that.
Thank you. And that's just receiving the contract. If we look at figure 23, that addresses receipt of guidance after the Bates judgment.
Yes, so that's the whole sample group again answering the question whether they've received guidance.
And a very significant proportion had not received any guidance.
That's right, they could not recall that.
So 71% said they hadn't received any guidance, only 8% had received any guidance.
Yes, again, there's that quite significant difference in terms of how recent they became a sub-postmaster.
And can you assist us with that?
Yes, so those who had been in the role for 11 to 20 years and those who had been 21 years or more were more likely than those who had been serving for less time to report that they had not received any additional information. So one comparison there would be that 38% of those who had been serving for less than 2 years could recall receiving something. And that's that obviously in comparison just 8% of the overall sample group.
Thank you. Turning now to figure 24, and that addresses the fairness of the contract. Sub-postmasters were asked how fair they considered their contract to be. 32% found it to be very unfair. Net unfair was significantly more than net fair. Is that?
That's correct, yes. And the longer they had been serving, the more likely they were to feel that it was unfair.
Can you assist us with that analysis?
Yes, so those who have been serving for 11 to 20 years, 62% of them felt that it was unfair, and 60% of those who have been serving for longer than 20 years felt that it's unfair.
Thank you. Moving to the next topic, which was whistleblowing and complaints, that's figure 25. This figure addresses awareness of whistleblowing and complaints mechanisms. And what does this show us?
Yeah, so general awareness about the ability to complain was low. Just over half were not aware about the ability to raise a whistleblowing concern with the Post Office. That would be the third, the bar at the bottom, the 55% group there.
So we have there, the red is I was not aware of this at all. And the one slightly to the left of the red is I was aware of this, but would not know how to do it.
That's right.
If you add those in each of those categories, so about complaining about a business support manager or area manager, complaining about treatment by the Post Office, or raising a whistleblowing issue with the Post Office, in some cases you're getting towards 80% of respondents either not being aware at all or not being aware of how to do it.
That's right, yes.
Thank you. Could we turn to figure 26? And this shows satisfaction levels from those who had complained. Now, as you've just said, not a great proportion of people actually knew how to complain, so this number is quite small of those who were analysed. Is that correct?
Yes, this needs to be treated with a lot of caution because it's around about 50 of the responses that relate to this question.
And again, a fair amount of red there for net dissatisfaction outweighing net satisfaction.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, more significantly in terms of the when they had been complained about the way that they had been treated by the Post Office rather than the way that they had complained about being treated by a business support manager or an area manager.
Could we next have a look at the Post Office senior leadership? There are a series of questions addressing the senior leadership and management of the Post Office, and it's figure 27 looks at the two sub-postmaster non-executive directors. We're going to be hearing from them as our next witnesses. General awareness of the sub-postmaster non-executive directors is high, 72%. Is that correct?
So yes, but relatively few are unaware of that.
And I think at page 39, you address the question of whether sub-postmasters believe that they shared board information with them.
Yes, that's right. So, yes, a majority disagreed that those who are serving on the board have shared information with them. Only around 15% agreed that they have been doing that.
Turning over to figure 28, please. This looks at the overall board. And again, a fair amount of red there. Can you assist us with those results, please?
Yes, so this is the general perceptions of what the board and what the Post Office, in terms of the relationship, the concerns, that the views are being listened to, and it ranges from a high in terms of agreement in relation to a belief that the Post Office is trying to improve its relationship. There's 30% who agree with that, 51% disagree. and that dropped to a low of 11% agreement, with views being listened to at the board level and 60% disagreeing with that one.
So in terms of headlines from this figure, the most significant net disagree is that the Post Office Limited understands the concerns of sub-postmasters.
That's right, yeah. And this one is a good example, again, about the differences between length of service. So to give you an example, those who have less than 2 years length of service, 30% of them would disagree about the trying to improve the relationship with the sub-postmasters. So significantly lower levels of disagreement there with that one from the 51%. Whereas those with 6 years plus service are more likely than the 51% to disagree. They would be 55% in disagreement about improving the relationship.
Thank you. Finally, in terms of the current sub-postmaster survey, there were a series of questions about being a sub-postmaster now. And if we could turn to figure 29, what do we see there?
So on this one, the question being, how satisfied or dissatisfied are you in your role as a sub-postmaster now? 31% were satisfied and 48% dissatisfied. There's much higher levels of dissatisfaction among men than women. That's an interesting difference there. 53% of men dissatisfied compared to 43% of women.
Thank you. And you've also drilled down into satisfaction and dissatisfaction by years of service. That's figure 30. And can you assist us with that, please?
Yes, so this shows the split between satisfied and dissatisfied with their current role, and for those who have been most recently appointed, up to the point of 5 years, more are satisfied than are dissatisfied with their role. But it's after that 5-year point that those who have been a sub-postmaster for longer tended to be dissatisfied rather than satisfied with their role.
Thank you. And if we finally look at figure 31, sorry, there are two more. Figure 31 looks at to what extent do you feel valued or undervalued by Post Office Limited. Much higher number in terms of the red. 72% net undervalued, only 14% net valued.
Yes, and again, that difference by length of service. So those who have served for less than 2 years, their undervalued percentage would be 50%. Those with 20 plus years service would be 76%.
That 76% being significantly more undervalued or feeling more undervalued.
Feeling undervalued, yes. So yeah, the percentages here are, yes, more negative than the general satisfaction with the role.
And if we look at this chart in front of us, there is a considerable proportion that actually are in the very extreme category, the very undervalued, as opposed to the fairly undervalued.
That's right, yes.
And very finally, for the sub-postmaster survey, we have figure 32. And can you assist us with that, please?
Yeah, so this one placed 4 aspects of perceptions of the Post Office Limited. The learning lessons from the past was the one with the highest level of agreement, but still just 26% compared to 55% who disagreed. Being a good place to work, the figure was slightly lower. Being considered to be trustworthy, just 17% felt that compared to 65% who disagreed. And in terms of their perceptions of whether it's professionally managed, 15% compared to 68%. Some of those big differences again in terms of length of service, though. So to give one example of that, being considered trustworthy, for those who have served for less than 2 years, 38% would agree that it was trustworthy, but still 45% would have disagreed with being and trustworthy.
So generally slightly more positive from those who had served for less time, or at the very bottom category of time, 2 years or less, but
That's
still
correct,
net
yeah.
dissatisfied or net
Yes,
disagreed.
the one that was probably most positive among that newer group was it being considered as being a good place to work. So an example there would be 47% of those with less than 2 years service agreed that it's a good place to work, compared to 31% who disagreed with that.
Thank you. And in terms of headline, from the figure that we currently see on screen, the bottom one seems to be the smallest in terms of agreement and largest in terms of net disagreement, and that is that the Post Office is professionally managed.
Yes, that's right.
Page 43 of your report, and over the page again, you've briefly summed up some open answers, or you've quoted from some open answers to various questions. Are you able to assist us with any themes that emerged there?
Yeah, so at the end of the survey, we wanted to provide everyone who had taken part with a chance to say whatever they wanted to say, to talk about things that hadn't been discussed previously. And we have done a simple sort of thematic analysis of those comments that were made. The main things that we would point out were feelings of being undervalued, underrepresented, current issues with the system, and insufficient training, possibly a lack of support and transparency from senior leaders as well. Many also mentioned a feeling that the reason they felt undervalued was often because they were simply not being paid enough for the work that they were doing and the hours that they were putting in, and that's a lack of feeling valued and a lack of recognition. And so we have given, you'll see within the report, some indicative comments that express those key themes that continue to be stated.
Thank you very much. So we're going to now move on to the Horizon Shortfall Scheme survey. It might be an appropriate moment to take our first morning break.
By all means.
Thank you.
So what time shall we resume?
Just after 10 past, 11 minutes past.
Fine.
Thank you. Moving on to the Horizon Shortfall Scheme applicant survey, we've already discussed that you received 1,483 responses. You begin at page 46 of your substantive report, and there you say that there are similar numbers to those who received compensation to those who the process had not yet concluded. Is that correct?
That's right. Yes, roughly the same proportion had the process concluded as to those who were still going in the process.
If we look at page 47, there's just one point that I'd like to ask you about, and it's the second paragraph, the final sentence. It says 70% of those who have applied to the scheme but said it had not yet concluded had applied recently, post-October 2022. So are we to understand by that that that's looking at only approximately half of the respondents to this survey because half had already received compensation, and that of that half, 70% had applied after October 2022?
That's right, yes.
Thank you. Could we bring back onto the screen the various figures in EXPG 608, and we're going to start on page 33. Figure 33 identifies where applicants had heard about the historic shortfall scheme. And we see they're most commonly receiving a letter from Post Office Limited or from Herbert Smith Freehills.
That's right, yeah. Again, a multiple choice list.
So there may be some repetition.
Yes.
I think. Thank you. Figure 34, please, so the next chart. This looked at which, if any, of the following do you remember receiving after making the application? And the most significant number there, 76%, recalled receiving an acknowledgement of their application, but far fewer recalled receiving information about how it would proceed, 29%, or next steps, again 29%, smaller still for a copy of the terms of reference, etc.
That's right. So again, a multiple choice question, and yes, the three there, the information about being processed, about how it would be processed, the next steps, and the terms of reference were very similarly responded to.
Thank you. Turning to figure 35, please. This addresses the overall perceptions of applying to the scheme. And we see they're just under half, 47% found it hard to understand the scheme. And in terms of completing the paperwork, there was 57% net hard response, much smaller numbers in terms of those respondents who found understanding the scheme or completing the paperwork to be very easy or quite easy. Certainly very easy, sorry.
That's right, yes.
In both of these, we see a fairly significant percentage in the middle.
Yes, that's correct.
Moving on to the value of the claims, page 49 of your report, you say that 39% valued their own claim at less than £20,000, 14% valued their claim between £20,000 and £60,000. So adding those two together, is it right to say that a majority valued their claim at less than £60,000 or less?
Yes, that's right.
And only 16% valued their claim at more than £100,000.
That's right.
The next figure you're going to have to help me a great deal with, that's figure 36. Can you assist us with some broad themes from this?
Yeah, so this one, we were interested in the value of their own claim, as you've just mentioned, and how that contrasted with the value from the Post Office Limited in response to that claim. And so we charted one against the other.
What do we see at the top and what do we see
yeah,
down the side?
The columns are the claimant value, so the value that the claimant had placed on it, and the rows are the value that the post office has placed upon it. So in 73% of cases where the claimant value was less than £20,000, that was in complete agreement with the post office valuation. So that's the highest percentage.
And that's in bold there in the top left.
That's in bold in the top left-hand corner. And if you kind of go in a diagonal downwards from that top left-hand corner to the bottom right-hand corner, then you can see where the claim values matched. So the 37, the 12, the 9, and then the 17. So the matching of claimant and post office value, the percentage where they matched fell, but then it rose again for the very highest claim levels. In the bottom right-hand corner, there's a summation of that. So for those who had a claim of £100,000 or less, 71% of those were matched by the post office valuation. But for those who had a claim of more than 100,000, just 26% of those had a match with what the post office believed the valuation would be.
So is it right to say that at the lowest end, so the less than 20,000, it was more likely that applicants would receive the same valuation from the post office up to a certain point, at which point the figures change again?
That's right, yes.
And that point is what, £100,000?
Yes.
So in between the £20,000 and the £100,000, it was perhaps to some extent less likely that the post office would agree with your valuation when compared
right.
to less than or more than.
Yes, that's right. Although, I mean, those who had the valuation, their own valuation of 200,000 or more, although there was a higher match than the middle valuations, it still was only 17%.
Thank you.
Sorry, I want to make sure I understand what this is saying. If we just take the 20,000, less than 20,000, first of all right? So am I right in thinking that if the postmaster sought £15,000, in 73% of cases, the post office also said £15,000?
That's correct.
But it doesn't mean that in 27% of cases, the post office said nothing. They may have said £11,000 or £12,000. That's what we're talking about, is it?
No, in terms of there are brackets there. So
Yeah.
in some cases, the post office valuation was higher than.
So it could be higher as well. Right, fine. And so does that apply throughout? So that when we take 100,000 to 200,000, say, again, in 12% of cases, if the sub-postmaster said 150,000, the post office agreed. Yeah? And the drips have come back, by the way. You don't understand that, but I occasionally get dripped on.
Oh.
So is that right, that in 12% of cases, they would say agree at 150,000? I'm just taking 150 as an arbitrary figure now. If the postmaster said 150,
Yes. So if the claimant value was there in that bracket between 100 and 200, then there was a matching valuation of also between in 9% of cases. But you can see above the 9% there, it then became more common for the post office valuation to be lower than the claimant valuation.
Yeah.
We have 21% above that. We have 25% above that.
okay.
Moving, please, to figure 37. The survey then looked at elements of the claim that were included. 78%, so a very high proportion, included a claim for compensation for a horizon discrepancy. And then it moves quite considerably down as you go down. The second most significant was distress and inconvenience. Third is loss of earnings. And then much smaller figures for those other matters, such as personal injury.
Yes, again, a multiple choice question.
So they could tick all of those if they wanted to.
Yes, they could have done.
Moving now to legal advice, can we please look at figure 38? And we see there at the question at the bottom, at any point during the scheme did Post Office Limited, and then we have the answers there. Only 33% had been informed, reported having been informed of their right to obtain legal advice. Is that correct?
That's right, yes.
And an even lower percentage, only 10%, reported having been provided with information about how they could contact a legal representative.
That's right.
Page 52 of your report, the final paragraph, it's noted that only 12% actually received legal advice during the application process.
Yes, that's right.
And that's the application process, and we'll look in terms of legal advice in respect of the actual offer.
Yes, the questionnaire asked at a number of different points in this journey, if you like, about whether legal advice was obtained at different points.
Thank you. And you were asked by a core participant a follow-up question, and if you could, we don't need to turn it up, but if you could look at your addendum report on page 3 of that report. It's the first question on page 3, or first 2 questions on page 3. Can you assist us with that, please?
Yes, so we were asked whether it was possible to differentiate the outcomes for those who were legally represented and unrepresented. Now, we have noted that not that many were said that they were legally represented, which does limit the analysis somewhat. In a specific question, we were asked if the data was sufficient to identify any differentiation in the value of the claim that was pursued based upon whether there was legal advice or not. So we responded by writing that those who did not seek legal advice at the application stage were more likely to value their claim at less than 20,000. That's 45% of whom versus 9% who did not. There was not a significant difference for those between 20,000 and 200,000. About 1 in 5 of those who sought legal advice valued their claim at £200,000 or more, and that was compared to 10% of those who did not seek legal advice. But it's worth noting that those seeking legal advice were more likely to say they didn't know or couldn't remember the value of their claim, and they were more likely to select prefer not to say to that question.
Thank you. Could we turn, please, to figure 39, and this addresses the sufficiency of legal support for legal advice during the application process. That one doesn't have a value in there. Could we please bring up on screen EXPG 607? And it's page 53. Thank you. That's figure 39. We see there a lot of red, 63% reported as not having received financial support during the application process. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right. So 11% in this chart said that they received some financial support that they considered to be sufficient, and 7% that they had some financial support, but it was not considered to be sufficient by them.
Thank you. And on the same page, you've addressed some open-ended answers. Are you able to briefly summarise those?
Yes, so we were asked about receiving support, receiving both financial support and legal support, and why they had not done that. The most commonly mentioned responses were a belief in financial constraints, so they didn't believe they could afford to do so, a lack of awareness around that, and some trust in the system. Some mentioned that they felt they didn't have sufficient evidence or documentation to therefore engage legal support as well.
Thank you. If we turn back to EXPG 608 and turn to figure 40. we look at the bottom there, it says, how satisfied or dissatisfied were you with the legal advice you received? And overall, high levels of net satisfaction with the legal advice received, 65%, against a net dissatisfaction of 7%.
Yes, that's right. But again, remembering not a huge number of respondents actually received any legal advice. So that is based on 176 replies.
If we turn over the page, please, to figure 41, that addresses financial support for legal advice when an offer was received. So this only applied to those who had received an offer.
Yes, so it's a very small group of 65 responses.
And we see that, this one doesn't have a value either. Let's work off the actual report. So let's turn to EXPG 607. And figure 41, that's page 55. Thank you. So we see there 55% say yes, they received financial support for legal advice. 32% considered it to be sufficient, 23% said it wasn't sufficient.
That's right, yes, and 29% reported no financial support at that point.
So compared to the earlier figures that we saw in terms of those receiving financial support for legal advice during the application process, there's a much higher proportion who responded that they had received financial support.
Yes.
At page 55, again, you have some open-ended responses. Can you very briefly summarise those?
Yeah, so this is at a different stage in the process, but yes, the main reasons for not doing so at this point in the process, the key themes around cost again, but also that having got to that point, it was felt to be quite close to the end, and that many just wanted it to end at that stage and not to carry on.
Thank you. Could we turn now to figure 42, so that's page 57. The survey then goes on to look at various payments and types of payments. You address on that page interim payments. Those are payments that were introduced after August 2022 in respect of 80% of a claim. And can you assist us with, perhaps if you could turn to the top of page 57, we don't need to scroll up, but can you just assist us with the statistics there?
Yes, so this needs the introduction to assist with the charts. So the vast majority, 82% of those surveyed, reported that they had not made an application for an interim payment. And there were many that were not aware that such an application was available for them. We had 14% of those surveyed had applied for the interim payment.
And 34% weren't aware that such an application was available. Is that correct?
That's right, yes. We also had a question about intention, which we'll come on to.
And that's these charts that are shown now. Can you assist us with what these show, please?
Yes, so this is intention to make an application, and the first one being for the fixed sum payment, and the second one being the interim payment as part of the claim. And the majority in both cases don't have an intention to do so.
And slightly more red on the interim payments than the fixed sum payments.
Yes, that's right. Yes. 39 compared to 23.
And again, we don't need to turn it up onto screen, but if you could look at your addendum report, please. There was a follow-up question that related to this issue asked by a core participant, and that's the further question.
Yes, so this question is whether the data is sufficient to identify whether those in receipt of legal advice were more or less likely to have made an application for an interim payment. We found there was no differences in the proportions saying that they had done so based on the legal advice. We point out further those who sought legal advice at this stage were more likely than those who did not to say that they intended to apply. So what I've just talked about was whether they had applied in the past. That was the same, but the intention was different based on whether there was legal advice or not. So the intention differed in the case of the fixed sum payments, the intention differed by 51% of those with legal advice versus 37%. And in terms of the interim payment, it was 45% compared to 18%.
So do we summarise that if those who had sought legal advice were more likely to intend to apply for a fixed sum payment or an interim payment than those who hadn't sought legal advice?
That's correct, yes.
Figure 43 then, please, over the page, to page 58. It looks at satisfaction with those two options. Quite small numbers being analysed there because those were only based on those who intended to make the application. Is that correct? Or had already done so, in fact?
Yes, that's right.
And can you assist us with those figures there?
Yes, so for the interim payment process, the level of satisfaction being 14% compared to those who were 48% who were dissatisfied. The fixed sum payment option, the level of satisfaction there was slightly higher, more satisfied than dissatisfied. There was some evidence as well of differences in terms of the more recent claimants where the satisfaction levels were likely to be higher than those who had claimed in the past.
Higher for both or higher for just one of them?
Just picking out the fixed sum payment option.
Thank you. So that fixed sum payment option, there is a greater number, percentage in the purple than interim payment and smaller in the red.
Yes.
Moving on to case assessors, that's figure 44 over the page, please. Case assessors provide an initial valuation. And if we look at that figure, figure 44, it assesses the proportion who are aware of the role, and more people were not aware of the role of case assessor than were aware. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right. We found that 78% had not reported not having received contact from a case assessor, and 10% had received some contact in the past. And then that chart moves on to awareness of what the role of the case assessor is.
And if we look at figure 45 over the page, that addresses satisfaction with the service received from a case assessor. That assesses quite a small number, only 151 respondents, because those were, if we scroll down slightly, those who had been contacted by a case assessor.
Yes, that relates to the 10% who reported having been contacted, and then they were asked some follow-up questions about their level of satisfaction with 3 aspects of the case assessor's service.
And if we look there, there was, in particular, a greater number that were net dissatisfied with the time it took for a case assessor to assess their claim, compared to only 17% who are net satisfied.
Yes, the time taken was the element of least satisfaction.
Moving on to the independent advisory panel, that's the panel that's tasked with assessing and recommending a fair outcome for applicants. Could we please look at figure 46? That's over the page. If we scroll down slightly, it seems as though there's slightly more people who are unaware of the independent advisory panel than were aware. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right. In comparison, 27% being aware of it versus 32% who are unaware.
Over the page, please, to figure 47. This then addresses the satisfaction with the amount of information provided by the panel and the length of time to consider the claim. This seems relatively similar to the responses to the case assessor satisfaction levels, more red than purple.
That's right, and this is based on only those who knew about the involvement of the independent appeals panel.
And the one that stands out slightly more is the bottom one regarding the information provided to the individual about the panel process, with a net dissatisfaction of 52%, set against a net satisfaction of 20%.
That's right.
We now turn to the offer from the historic shortfall scheme, and could we please turn over to figure 48? There is a lot of information in your report at the top of page 63 that isn't addressed by that particular figure. Can you assist us with those statistics, please?
Yes, this was contextual questions. So about half of those surveyed had been informed of the outcome that they had received, but around about half hadn't. So rough split between those who knew and those who didn't yet know about it. And there is some information there about the likelihood of people who applied at different points in time about whether they had reached the end, which I think would just reflect what you would logically expect.
So the lowest number, 19%, had applied post-October 2022.
That's right, yes. They had not yet reached the end of the process.
And I think you also saw some differences in age, is that correct?
Yes, so those older claimants were less likely to have applied recently. They were obviously then, therefore, more likely to have had an outcome by this point than younger claimants who had not yet reached the end of the process.
So a higher percentage reported reaching an outcome who are aged 60 and above.
Yes, that's right.
Could we, if we look at figure 48, that addresses the satisfaction with the amount of information provided. Can you assist us with that, please?
Yeah, so this chart shows only those who had had an outcome, and they were asked about 3 elements of the outcome that had been received, so the time that it had taken, the amount, and the amount of information provided about how the outcome was determined.
And there's a lot of red there, in particular, in this particular chart, a large number in the very dissatisfied category. Is that correct?
Yes, so the one with the highest degree of very dissatisfied was the offer amount, and then relatively similar in terms of the time that it was taken to get to an outcome and the amount of information provided about how the outcome was determined.
Thank you. We don't need to turn to it, but if you could look at page 64, you provide some further information. You drill down a little bit further into those figures. Can you assist us with some themes there?
Yeah, so the subgroup analysis of these elements of the outcome, they showed some particular differences in terms of ethnicity. So those from an ethnic minority background were more likely to say that they were dissatisfied with the offer amount. That is a comparison between 77% and 53%. And there was a suggestion of higher levels of dissatisfaction among younger age groups compared to older sub-postmasters, claimants. There was also higher levels of dissatisfaction among ethnic minority applicants in terms of the time it took and the amount of information that was provided. Some quite large differences there. For example, in the time it took to reach an outcome, 71% of ethnic minority applicants were dissatisfied, compared to 46% of white respondents.
And I think you also say 92% of those with an offer accepted it either in full or in part.
Yes, that's right. And only 8% said that they rejected the offer.
And those aged 60 plus were more likely to have accepted, as were those in Scotland when compared to England.
Yes, that's right, yeah.
Could we please turn to EX? In fact, we don't need to bring it up on screen, but if you could look at your addendum report on page 3, there's a final question at the bottom of that page that was posed by a core participant. Can you assist us with that, please?
Yeah, so this again asked us to look at those who had legal advice and those who didn't. Was there any difference in the proportion of those who were dissatisfied with the outcome based on whether they had legal advice or not? So those who received legal advice at any stage of the process, in order to create this, we added them up because respondents were asked at different stages whether they had received legal advice. So we added them all together to create a group of people who had received legal advice at whatever stage it was. Those who had received legal advice were more likely than those who did not to be dissatisfied. So they were more likely to be dissatisfied with the offer amount, 77% versus 56%. They were more likely to be dissatisfied with the time it took, 71% versus 50%. But again, as we pointed out earlier, this is a case of possibly, this is a correlation between those factors. We can't say that one was caused by the other necessarily.
Thank you. If we could please turn back to EXPG 607, page 65, and we have figure 49. It looks at the reasons why applicants accepted the offer in part or in full. And what do we see there?
So again, a multiple choice question. We're looking at only those people who had accepted the offer in part or in full. And we see there that the most common reason that they gave was that they wanted the process to finish. Over 51% saying that. There were some interesting differences on the basis of age group with this. So those who had said that their financial circumstances led them to want the process to finish, it was more likely, that those in a younger age group said that it was more likely that they wanted the process to end because of financial circumstances. So that was 48% versus 29%. Those who are satisfied with the offer, as we just heard on the previous question, the older age groups were more likely to be satisfied with the offer than younger age groups.
And overall, in terms of satisfaction, it's only 15% who reported being satisfied with the offer.
That's right. Yes.
Thank you. Over the page, we don't need to turn to it, but if you could please have a look at page 66, you address briefly their dispute resolution. I think it only applies to very small numbers.
Yes, only a very small number of people went down that path. So in the report, we detail that there were only 30 observations of those who were surveyed in dispute resolution. 25 of them said that their claim did not go to the small claims court or arbitration. More were dissatisfied than satisfied with the process, at 16 versus 4 for that.
Thank you. Very finally, there is a chart, figure 50, over the page with overall perceptions of the historic shortfall scheme. Overall dissatisfied was 49% versus 12 who were satisfied. And can you assist us with what we see here?
Yes, so we have 6 elements of the overall process, and asked about those as a group. One of those patterns that keeps coming up in this data is that difference between younger and older age groups. So those who are in a younger age group were the most likely group to be dissatisfied across these elements. Those older claimants were less likely to be dissatisfied. Satisfaction levels were higher among those who have received compensation, which I suspect is a logical conclusion. So their overall satisfaction was 19% compared to 5% of those who had not yet received an outcome. But still 19% being satisfied isn't especially high, of course. And then, we have 6 elements of the process as a whole: the amount of compensation, the time that it took, having enough information, being easy to understand, being fully informed throughout the process.
And again, we have considerable amounts of red there, not very much purple.
That's right, yes, and some, again, interesting differences in terms of ethnicity that are pointed out in the report. So the one to draw attention to, perhaps, around the scheme being easy to understand and navigate. We had 46% of white respondents being dissatisfied with that, compared to 57% of those from an ethnic minority background.
Thank you very much. And then finally, you, over the page, and over the page again, you've set out some open-ended answers. Can you assist us with any trends that you saw there?
Yeah, so again, similarly to Survey 1, we wanted to provide everyone with an opportunity to say anything else they wanted to report back. We did have a couple of different boxes, though. We tried to have a box which was encouraging if there was anything constructive or positive that they had to say about the scheme, to prompt around that. That was interesting. It was revealing, because some then wrote that they appreciated the scheme, largely because it's acknowledged that the Post Office was at fault, that the scheme was bringing issues to light, and the scheme was, of course, a pathway to receiving some compensation. So there were some positive elements there. Some people found the scheme process easier to navigate than others, and they wrote about their experiences there, and there was that connection I mentioned earlier with more recent applicants finding it slightly easier. But then later boxes, the more negativity came through about the scheme. So later opportunities to make some comments. The thematic analysis of that, there was generally felt to be a lack of clarity, the time taken, and inadequacy of the compensation amounts were themes that came through. So themes of speed and efficiency, communication, transparency, fairness in compensation. And again, similarly to survey number 1, we've provided examples of comments that were made that fit those themes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ellison, I don't have any questions. Just check if the chair has any questions.
No, thank you, no.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Ellison, I'm very grateful for all the work you've done, and I'm also grateful that you've come here today to give oral evidence. Thank you.
So if we take our second morning break now, and if we come back at 10 past 12.
Right.
Thank you.
Yes, that's
Thank you,
correct.
sir. This afternoon even, and possibly into tomorrow morning, we're going to hear from Mr. Ismail.
Yeah.
I swear by Allah
I swear by Allah
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence that I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Can you give your full name, please?
Saf Ismail.
Thank you. Mr. Ismail, you should have in front of you a witness statement dated the 4th of September of this year. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Could I ask you, please, to turn to the final substantive page? Which is page 144. Can you confirm that that is your signature?
Yes.
And can you confirm that that statement is true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. By way of background, you are a current sub-postmaster, is that right?
That's correct.
Your first branch was in Preston in January 2010.
Yes, that's correct.
I think you've said in your witness statement that you worked on the counters using Horizon for about 6 days a week originally.
Yes.
Your business has grown and you currently oversee 7 branches and a banking hub.
Yes, that's correct.
I think you still work on the counter in branches on occasion.
Yes.
And you're also a director of a number of different companies covering not just the post office, but also property and retail businesses. Is that right?
Yes.
Relevant for today's purpose, you were appointed a non-executive director of Post Office Limited on the 3rd of June 2021. Is that right?
That's correct.
And sometimes referred to as a Sub-postmaster non-executive director, or SPM NED.
Correct.
There are 2 sub-postmaster non-executive directors. The other is Elliot Jacobs, who we're going to be hearing from tomorrow.
Correct.
One issue that we have to deal with is that you are subject to a current investigation by the Post Office, which is not related to Horizon or discrepancies. Is that right?
Correct.
And we won't go into detail, but that means that for the time being, you've stepped back from the board whilst an investigation is taking place.
Correct.
Thank you. I'm going to start with your appointment as a sub-postmaster non-executive director. You describe in your witness statement standing for election, and I would just like you to take us briefly through that process. To start with, can any sub-postmaster stand for election?
Yes, so initially a criteria was set by the post office and applications were invited, and once postmasters who met the criteria submitted their applications, the post office then narrowed down who fit the bill. Then once that was done, it went to an organisation called Green Park, who narrowed it down further, and there was interviews taking place with a panel, an independent panel. From 12, they whittled down to 6, and once it got to the point where there was 6, it was producing material for election purposes from your fellow postmasters, who would then vote for whom they thought would represent them the best within the organisation. So throughout that election process, I gained the most number of votes, and Elliot Jacobs got the second number of votes, and us 2 were both appointed to the Post Office Board.
Thank you. And is it all current sub-postmasters who are allowed to vote?
Yes.
Thank you. And your appointments, were they both on the same date, the 3rd of June of 2021?
Yes.
And how long is the term of appointment?
It was 3 years initially, but that has been extended recently due to issues with the existing recruitment of postmaster neds.
And what are those issues, very briefly?
The timescale wasn't met, unfortunately. So just to give the business some cover with postmasters on the board, the business thought it'd be worthwhile extending myself and Mr. Jacobs.
Thank you. How many days a month do you spend on your non-executive director work?
On average, 10 days a month. And the advertisement initially was for 2 days a month. It's very intense.
In your view, is that extra time commitment as a result of what's currently going on in the post office in terms of the inquiry and in terms of redress, or is it, in your view, more time consuming than 2 days in any event?
From my observations being on the board, I feel it's probably a bit of both. This organisation is so bureaucratic, to get anything done just takes a very long time. So that's part of the problem, but also with how much going on. There's so many fires at the moment within this organisation that need putting out. And in order to deal with that, obviously time's needed, hence why it does take a lot longer.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you some introductory questions about the board, but we're going to drill down into a lot more detail in due course. In general, do you consider that the role of postmaster non-executive director was something that was welcomed by the board when you joined?
The board, the NEDs on the board were welcoming and were hospitable. However, the wider executive made it difficult, and within my witness statement, I've clearly provided evidence of situations when we didn't feel as welcomed by the wider executive.
And was that specific individuals or more broadly the executive?
More broadly, from what I observed, there were times, so for example, in February 24, when I was told by an individual on the wider executive that we don't want to particularly deal with you and Mr. Jacobs because we feel really uncomfortable with what's been happening. You've been going to the press. That was difficult to hear, but those were the conversations that were happening. What was also disappointing was when I had conversations throughout January 23 up to March 23 with the former Chief People Officer, Jane Davies, and she categorically said to me how the CEO was not happy with the postmasters being on the board because we were too awkward, too challenging, and that he wanted that to be reversed.
And that was Mr. Reid?
Yeah, Mr. Reid.
Paragraph 49 of your witness statement, you talk about the balance of executives to non-executives on the board, and you've highlighted that there are 2 executive members and 8 non-executive directors. What, in your view, is the overall balance of the board?
Can I have that on the screen, sorry?
Absolutely. So if we could bring up on screen WITN 111701000. It's page 18. It's in no way a memory test about your witness statement. The point being made there is that there are 2 executive members and there are 8 directors being non-executive directors. Can you assist us with your view as to the balance between those 2?
I feel it's an imbalance. And the reason I say that is, firstly, the 8 non-executive directors, they are not operationally savvy. They're not necessarily aware of what is happening in the business on a day-to-day basis. The headwinds postmasters are facing, they're not necessarily understanding postmaster economics. And from my observations whilst being on the board, the 2 executive members who would produce information that would be disseminated to the board was from the wider executive's lens. So on a number of occasions, when we would receive reports, myself and Mr. Jacobs would provide criticism, and maybe that's why we were thought to be awkward. We would give the document a sanity check in terms of what's actually going on the front line. So for me, the imbalance is quite clear, and unfortunately decisions are made through selected information that's provided to the board by the executive that are on the board.
Thank you. One of the roles that you've given an example of is the Chief People Officer, and you've suggested that it might be helpful to have the Chief People Officer on the wider board. Can you assist us with why that might be?
Yes, I feel as an organisation, culturally, we've got a long way to go. I heard Paula Venables in her testimony say how she started cultural change, or she tried in 2012. I don't feel we've even got off the ground. And for me, if we want to own that and fix that, surely the Chief People Officer should be a permanent fixture on the board. That's my view.
Another issue that you've highlighted, and we don't need to turn it up, is you say that the board has been is required to authorise any spend over £5 million, and that, in your view, the board is seen as a cash machine. Can you expand upon that briefly?
Yes. So any time any authorisation for any specific spend over 5 million is required, that comes to the board. And again, the board makes a decision based on information provided by the wider executive. Now, sometimes the decisions are correct and sometimes they are incorrect, but the business sees the board in a way to get their authorisations done. Anything below 5 million, there's very limited visibility for the board.
And at paragraph 56, again, we don't really need to turn it up. You've described the board as too deferential to the executive. And I think you've given an example in respect of recruitment and I think you've said that the executive has overrided a decision of the board or something along those lines. Can you assist us with what you have explained there?
Yes, so there's been occasions when board members have been invited to conduct interviews for very senior roles, highly paid senior roles within the organisation. And the board members who are part of the panel, this is their skill set. They know what they are looking for. And when the interviews have been conducted, the board members made it very, very clear that it should be candidate A out of A, B, C, D, for example. However, the wider executive has then totally ignored that advice, providing no reasoning whatsoever, and then gone and recruited candidate B.
Is that in respect of one particular role, several roles?
A few roles. That's my observation while I have been there.
And do any stand out in particular?
There was on the Chief Retail Officer, that one stands out in particular. There was on the mail side, on that side. Yeah.
Thank you. Another issue in respect of the board that you've raised is in respect of information sharing.
Mm-hmm.
It's paragraph 84. You raise a concern that the board isn't given appropriate levels of information. If we start with the board as a whole, rather than just the sub-postmaster, non-executive directors, what are your concerns about the level of information that the board as a whole are provided with?
So we receive some board packs with too much information, too much noise. We then receive other board packs or other bits of information where it's not the right information, unfortunately, to make key decisions. and it's resulted in some wrong decisions, unfortunately. And again, that's based on what the executive has provided. So to give you an example, we've got information in September 21 on a certain project. I'm not sure if I can mention the project name, but there was information provided to the board where this subservience circle to lawyers that exists within this organisation, and from my time on the board, this was the first time that was broken, and that was because of myself and Mr. Jacobs resisting. And that resistance, in turn, resulted in the business saving £5 million. And that was the first time. That was totally against the legal advice. And Tim Parker, at the time, the chair, supported what we were saying. That was one example.
Are there particular parts within the business that you feel are not providing the board with sufficient information?
Yes, I feel procurement is particularly poor, legal is extremely poor. From a commercials perspective, it depends who's dealing with which area from a commercial side, because this business has got so many different avenues to it. It varies from who you're getting and the individual that's dealing with the issue at that time and their capabilities.
That's the board as a whole.
Mm-hmm.
Now looking at just the sub-postmaster non-executive directors, is there a difference in the level of information that you are provided with?
100%.
And can you assist us with some examples of that?
Yes. So up until recently, we were not provided access to any of the other committee documents that we were not on. So for myself, I was on the nominations committee. I only had access to nominations committee's papers and the board papers. For Elliot, he was on ARC, so he had for audit and risk committee and for the board and for the investment committee. There was times when, again, when I spoke to the previous chair, Henry, and to Jane Davies, they particularly mentioned how the wider executive ensured myself and Mr. Jacobs were blocked out of meetings that involved talking about bonuses and salaries. We were actively excluded from their meetings.
And was a reason ever given to you for that?
No.
And who are you aware, or who do you believe excluded you from those meetings?
The wider executive.
And anybody in particular?
There was Henry mentioned, Nick Reed specifically mentioned to him he doesn't want us involved in any kind of information regarding salaries and bonuses.
On a separate topic, I think you've also mentioned in your evidence being provided with information such as exit interviews. Can you briefly tell us about that issue?
So for me, as part of my non-executive director role, and to keep on top of governance and understanding how this organisation can be better and has got to be better, I wanted to be cited on exit interviews from previous NEDs to hopefully not make the same mistakes, be a proactive learner, and unfortunately the business didn't provide me any access to that.
And were any reasons given to you for that?
No.
Today we're going to be spending quite a lot of time on three particular topics. The first is known as the Past Roles Project, the second is known as Project Phoenix, and the third is known as Project Pineapple. I'm going to start with Project Phoenix and the Past Roles Project. Could we please start by looking at poll 00448-308, please? This is the terms of reference for what is known as the Past Roles Project. I'm going to read to you briefly from this document. It says, context. After the inquiry compensation hearing in December 2022, it became apparent that the Post Office had recruited into its remediation unit team, the RU team, employees who had previously worked for the Post Office in the auditing, investigation, suspension or termination of postmasters connected to historic Horizon shortfall cases. Just pausing there, do you know why it was only after the inquiry's compensation hearing that link seems to have been drawn between the two?
No.
It says this risks undermining the integrity of or the public or postmaster confidence in the work being done by the remediation unit. It also puts employees at risk. The remediation unit took a conflicts paper to the group executive on the 7th of July 2023 and a further paper, a past roles paper, recommending work to identify those employees within that unit who are potentially problematic historic roles with a view to redeploying them and extending this thinking in the wider business. So the past roles project, just to understand it correctly, is about identifying people from the remediation unit who are working on issues such as compensation and redress, appeals against conviction, assisting the inquiry. And if they worked in a role that, I think it says there, was problematic, potentially problematic historical role, they would be redeployed within the business. Is that right?
Yes.
The aim of the project is to first review the past roles conducted by colleagues currently employed within the remediation unit and the inquiry teams to identify any that could be, for want of a better word, potentially problematic. Second, identify where else in the business, other than the remediation unit and inquiry, such roles might also pose a similar risk. Third, identify the employees who have these potentially problematic backgrounds and who are working in roles in which that creates an identified risk. Fourth, mitigate the risks, including by internal and external comms, provided employee with appropriate support, training and education, and exploring redeployment. If we scroll down, please, it sets out there the problematic past roles. Roles that were involved in the auditing, investigation, suspension or termination of postmasters and post office employees. So there were some individuals who held roles in the auditing, investigating and suspending or terminating postmasters who were at that point in time employed within the remediation team. Is that right?
Yes.
And if we scroll down, please, over the page, the risks that could emerge, it says, for example, criticism of employees, say on social media, 2, undermining the integrity of the work being performed, 3, undermining postmaster of the public confidence in the work being performed by the post office or the specific team. If that is in view, in order of priority, do you agree with that prioritization? That the first risk is criticism of employees, say, on social media?
No.
What do you see as the most significant risk of those individuals being employed within the remediation unit?
It's morally wrong.
And why do you say that?
The number of conversations that postmasters have had with me and Mr. Jacobs, criticising how individuals are still in that unit, it's incredible. And some of the examples are probably not for this forum, but those are some of the examples that have been given of things criminals have done in the past, not necessarily then giving their own compensation out. This is how postmasters are feeling. And for me, I don't think the focus was right on this project. And to be clear, from my observations at the time, there was no particular appetite to deal with this issue. The only point when some kind of urgency, it wasn't even urgency, awareness occurred was at the March 23 board meeting. So myself and Mr. Jacobs were encouraged by the business to attend the inquiry, and we did. And we saw Brian Trotter, we heard Brian Trotter give evidence. And for myself and Mr. Jacobs, some of the evidence wasn't comfortable. And the following day, I think we had a board meeting, or within a week or so, we had a board meeting. And that's when we raised our concerns about Mr. Trotter working in the remediations unit. And we specifically mentioned him because that's why we came to the inquiry. And in that meeting, the General Counsel, Ben Folt, said he would look into it.
And can you assist us with, are you aware of what role Mr. Trotter had within the remediation unit?
No, I wasn't aware specifically with his role at the time, once he was rehired. However, prior to that, his role as a contracts manager, yes. And conversations that I have had with individuals in the business probably earlier this year regarding that specific scenario and on past roles was one of the reasons, and again, I'm not singling out Mr. Trotter here at all, one of the reasons the organisation did remove quite a few individuals who were investigations, contracts managers at the time, was because culturally they weren't in the right place. And what this specific person said to me in our private meeting was he was deeply disappointed once they were rehired because he thought he'd already dealt with this.
Do you know who was responsible for the rehiring?
No.
Could we please turn to poll 00448-615? We're moving forward now to the 17th of January of this year. And this is an update to the group executive. And we see there the title, Past Roles Review. And it says in the first paragraph, the group executive is asked to note the update in respect of the past roles work being undertaken in the remediation unit and similar work being rolled out across the business since being approved by the group executive on the 7th of July 2023 and clarified on 8th of November 2023 and 20th of December 2023. So looking at the timescales there, was that after the meeting that you've described?
Yes, that's correct. And this was pressure that started to be applied by myself and Mr. Jacobs every few months.
So from the summer of 2023, increasing as the year went on and into January 2024?
Yes.
If we look at the bottom of this page, please, it then sets out what we know as Project Phoenix, or the difference between the Past Roles Project and Project Phoenix. It says, for the avoidance of doubt, this work is not concerned with dealing with any colleague in respect of whom wrongdoing has been alleged. This work is about the roles employees may have performed in the past and not about how they may have performed those roles. If there are specific allegations of wrongdoing against a colleague, they should be, and in many cases are being, picked up by the people team elsewhere. Was that distinction between the past roles review and what we know as Project Phoenix, was that clear to you, the difference between the two?
No. The point at which we got clarity was February, March this year, when there was an email from Owen Woodley, which was very helpful, and there was a briefing from Karen McEwen, which basically outlined what past roles was and what Project Phoenix was. And prior to that, my discussions with other NEDs was, again, they were slightly confused, and it was all part and parcel of the information that was provided to the wider executive.
Do you have a view as to whether having those two different work streams is appropriate or not?
Yes, I think for for an investigation purpose, I feel it's appropriate to split them so we know which is in which category, yes.
If we turn to page 7, it sets out the panel there. And on this particular document, it refers to Postmaster NED, and it has Mark Eldridge's name there. Can you assist us with who Mark Eldridge is?
So Mark Eldridge is the Postmaster Director who's recently been appointed, probably just about a year ago.
So is he a sub-postmaster?
He is a sub-postmaster. I'm not sure if he's got the relevant training expertise to be on the panel, but he is a sub-postmaster.
But he's not a postmaster non-executive director, or he is?
No. I'm not sure why it says Postmaster Ned there, no.
And he is there to provide a postmaster's view to the panel to support the decisions made with regards to the past roles of each individual case and how they relate to the role that the colleague currently performs for the post office. Are you aware of Elliot Jacobs being lined up for that particular role?
Yes, initially a discussion did take place where Elliot was told he would be on the panel, but again, nothing happened for that to be implemented, unfortunately.
And do you know why?
No.
If we turn, please, to page 11, we then see a comms plan, communications plan relating to the past roles project. And I'd just like to read you paragraph 3. Under key themes for comms, it says, in carrying out this work, we are acutely aware of the duties we owe to our colleagues and the views of our trade unions. We also recognise that in the vast majority of cases, employees who have performed such roles in the past will have carried out their duties according to instructions given to them by the business at the time and in the belief that Horizon was robust. Do you have any views on that paragraph?
Again, like I've said previously, I think the priority is not right there.
So we saw before that reference to criticism of employees being first in the list of risk. We now see the focus here on duties to post office employees. What is your concern there?
The default position within the post office at this moment in time is protect. And I think that's quite clear from both documents.
Thank you. Could we please move on then to poll 00448-309? And if we could turn to the start on the final page, page 4, please. Thank you. So we're now in February 2024, so I think this is the period in which you've said this issue came to the fore. Is that right?
We were pushing very hard.
And it says, I'll just read a few paragraphs. It's from Elliot Jacobs, and he says, Dear Board, following on from our meeting almost 2 weeks ago, where I expressed the strongest of terms my frustration and utter disbelief that the matter of Project Phoenix was still nowhere near resolved, I'm concerned we have not received any update on the activity since. So this is addressing Project Phoenix rather than past roles.
Right. So just to clarify, this is prior to the clarity being provided.
Yes.
So we were under the impression that there was just one project, Project Phoenix, and everyone was in that specific project.
Thank you. The second paragraph, he says, this is important and urgent. I'm going to read the third paragraph. He says, the claim that this is difficult will simply not cut it. If it was easy, someone might have done it by now, but it is the fact that it is hard that we must grasp the nettle and get it done. It is both optically and morally wrong that this has not been dealt with before. This is not a witch hunt, as it has been verbalised previously. Just pausing there, do you know who referred to it as a witch hunt? We can ask Mr. Jacobs tomorrow, so it doesn't matter if you don't.
It did come to one of the board meetings, And I can't remember, but I do remember the phrase, but I don't remember who used it.
This is about making certain the culture and, frankly, the future of the business is not mired in the wrongdoing of bad people who do truly awful things, some of whom to this very day believe they did the right thing. Was there anybody that you're aware of that Mr. Jacobs had in mind? Was this something that was drafted between the two of you?
Yes. Yes.
And did you have anybody in particular in mind in respect of that sentence that I've just read?
Some of the investigators that are still within the business.
Those who are still investigating or not?
Their job title's been changed. But
do you have anybody in particular in mind?
So we were referring to, for example, Stephen Bradshaw at the time because of the evidence that was provided. That was one of the examples. Again, it was not a witch hunt at all. It was a case of individuals and after this email, there was still further evidence from other individuals who weren't investigators, but it was also very uncomfortable listening.
Listening to their evidence before the inquiry?
Yeah.
If we scroll down, he says, we were told the committee was due to meet last week, but I'm not aware of any outcome from that meeting. I would be grateful of an update on the meeting and the decisions that came from it. If we scroll, please, up onto page 2, you have the response from Owen Woodley, and I think this is the response that you were referring to before. If we scroll down, thank you. He says, here is an update from the business, Elliott and board. As a reminder, we have 2 separate programmes of activity underway, which Karen is overseeing for us. One is Project Phoenix and the other is Past Roles. These programmes are doing separate activities overseen by separate panels to determine appropriate action. The panels are not decision-making fora on individual employment cases. Any actions required on individuals on the back of the panel recommendation are then managed separately as part of a relevant employment process. Project Phoenix is a review of all historical investigations where allegations have been made by postmasters of wrongdoing on the part of Post Office and or Post Office employees, both current and past, as part of the public inquiry human impact hearings. Just pausing there, do you know why the investigation into wrongdoing by members of the investigations team did not begin until the public inquiry's human impact hearings?
Because there was no urgency within the business to deal with this. Unfortunately, it's been some of the issues the organisation's been dealing with have been inquiry-led, and that's the reality. When it came to the email prior to this that Mr. Jacobs sent, one of the frustrations we had was we're non-executive directors, yes, but we are also postmasters, and I've attended the inquiry a lot and seeing people like Joe Hamilton, Seema Misra, and seeing how they were treated and seeing what they went through, how are postmasters treated the way they are by this organisation, and why are employees getting a better deal. That's what it felt like. And again, to emphasise, this was not a witch hunt. This was just parity. The postmasters were not given enough time, were not given a chance to defend themselves. They are suspended immediately if there's any discrepancies within their branches. But yet, nobody seems to be suspended when even investigations are still ongoing when it came to Phoenix or Past Roles. So it was very frustrating.
The email continues, Chris represents SEG on the Phoenix panel, and I'm sure he would confirm that he and the panel fully grasp the importance of what they are dealing with. Past roles is a review of any current employee who may previously have undertaken a role in the past between 1999 and 2017 related to the subject of the public inquiry. This is to ensure that they create no conflict and pose no risk to either the integrity and independence of work being done now or to postmaster/public confidence in that work. If we scroll up, please, to page 1, we have at the bottom a response from Karen McEwen, the Group Chief People Officer. She says, we have Nick Marriott, and she gives some further names, all supporting Chris on Phoenix, and Sarah Gray's team, past roles. They're 3 of our most capable members of the people team with significant ER experience. This is our highest priority and is, as you point out, very complex and time-consuming. In your view, was it the highest priority?
From my observations, we were being told that it's a priority, it's that, but it didn't feel like it was. And I remember Mr. Jacobs raising that point about Chris Brocklesby being on this panel. He was brought in to look after NBIT, and Mr. Jacobs said, well, why are we not utilising his expertise where it needs to be? Surely he's wasted on this panel. But it was a scenario where the business said, we'll look into it. And just to provide a little bit more context to this email regarding Sarah Gray's team. Sarah Gray is the interim general counsel at this moment in time. They have had this project since we saw on the previous document, December 22. They weren't fully aware, from my understanding and my observations, until myself and Mr. Jacobs came to the inquiry in March 23. And I just don't feel the board have got confidence in that legal team. And when it came to April 24, our legal team then went to get legal advice. And what they found out and discovered was the approach they were taking for the last couple of years was actually wrong. So this was really disappointing and really frustrating for the board. As you've said, our understanding was this is a high priority. How can you say it's the highest or a very high priority, but not have the correct plan in place to be fair to the employees and a proper strategy to deal with the issue?
And you referred, it's the first reference that's been made in Phase 7 to NBIT. Can you briefly tell us what NBIT is?
That's the new branch IT system.
So Mr. Brocklesby, who was responsible for that new system, was also spending his time on the Past Roles project. Is that right?
Yeah, which just seemed very bizarre to myself and Mr. Jacobs.
If we scroll up, we have the response from Mr. Jacobs. We'll be hearing from him tomorrow, but can you assist us with whether your views on what is said here? He says, in case it would seem that I'm implying due process and rigour should not be applied, for the avoidance of doubt, I'm not saying that. I do not deny the importance of that. We know this organisation has failed horrifically in doing that before. It does, however, seem odd that not a single one is suspended whilst this is ongoing. Why is that? We seem to suspend people on a regular basis when investigations are ongoing. Why not on this matter? And is redeploying really the only solution? How does that fix the culture challenge we have here? I think further board discussion and ongoing update on this is vital. Were those views that you shared?
Correct.
Could we please turn to poll 00448-649, please? We're now in April 2024, and this is a meeting of the board. We have Ben Tidswell there as the Senior Independent Director, but also the nominated chair of that meeting. Is that because there wasn't at that point a chair?
Correct. Henry Staunton was sacked towards the end of January, so Ben took over as chair until we found a new chair.
And we have you there listed as non-executive director. We have Mr. Reid in attendance, as the Group Chief Executive Officer. And we have also possibly a relevant name for the material that we'll be looking at, Nicola Marriott, the HR Director, as one of the attendees. Could we please turn over the page, and there's a section on the past roles review. So was this the first opportunity when this matter was discussed after Mr. Jacobs' email at a board meeting?
Yes, to the best of my knowledge.
So we have there, NR is Mr. Reid. He introduced the matter. The second bullet point, he summarised the new categorisations and employee populations under review. In respect of Category 1, comprising 5 current employees due to give evidence at the inquiry within phases 5 and 6, a consistent approach was required in respect of these individuals ahead of and after the inquiry to prevent conflicts arising. The second category, previously known as past roles, involved reviewing all current employees within the remediation unit, prioritising those who undertook activity relating to the subject matter of the inquiry in past roles. And then you have a third category, which included and expanded on the scope of Project Phoenix, and were focused on addressing any misconduct allegations arising against current employees as a result of evidence given at the inquiry in later phases, in addition to evidence provided at the human impact hearings. So it seems as though the scope of Project Phoenix by this stage had expanded to go beyond the evidence that was heard at the human impact hearings. Is that right?
Yes.
Mr. Reid outlined the population and noted that the population could increase with other current employees potentially coming within scope for investigation as a result of evidence heard in phases 5 and 6. Mr. Reid emphasised the need for a consistent and fair approach as well as acting quickly. Mr. Reid also noted the volume of documents disclosed to the inquiry and that these potentially could be utilised to assist with consistency of approach. The next paragraph, Mr. Reid we now get to Nicola Marriott. Nicola Marriott advised that she wished to provide the board with an update on the current status, work undertaken to date, and take the board through the proposed next steps. She reiterated the 3 categories and the employee populations within these. She spoke through all the work undertaken in relation to Project Phoenix, noting that evidence collected, and she gives, there are various figures there. There have been delays in the ACI team wished to engage with the postmasters who had provided evidence at the human impact hearings that had led to the current employee misconduct allegations. These meetings had taken a significant amount of time to arrange, and it was not until February 2024 that the first meeting with the affected postmaster had occurred. And we then reach the point at which you address or are recorded as addressing the board. SAI is yourself. It says that you queried whether, and that's Stephen Bradshaw, why Stephen Bradshaw had not been suspended. And you were advised that the approach taken was to let the misconduct process and the investigations reach conclusion. To suspend otherwise was considered very high risk from an employment law perspective. You expressed your views on the approach and advised that you were receiving comments in from postmasters who were concerned that Mr. Bradshaw remained in the business. You shared your view that this was a cultural issue and the company could not move on until individuals in this category exited the business. Just pausing at that point, can you expand upon your views there?
I was getting several postmasters still contacting me from a business as usual perspective, saying, why is Steve Bradshaw still working within the post office? And my response was, the business is dealing with it. And when obviously questioning Nicola Marriott about it, the approach was to ensure the post office is not exposed to any high-risk employment issues. And unfortunately, that was the approach that we had to go with, because that's what HR were doing and they were responsible for the project. For me, what was really important was this business moves forward, and from a cultural perspective, from within the organisation, but also to get postmasters back on side. It was really important the business moved on, and unfortunately, this business redeploys, recycles. It's disappointing when individuals need to be exited, they are not exited. And again, I'm not singling Steve Bradshaw out at all. I'm talking generally on both projects.
Ms Marriott took the point, however, advised that in the ongoing investigation into Mr Bradshaw, no evidence had been found to support the allegations, and there was no evidence to date of gross misconduct. The Chair pointed out that there was the evidence of the postmasters had provided in the human impact hearings, so cautioned against the position of stating there was no evidence to support the allegations. The Chair noted that the investigations being conducted were internal and queried if there should be external assurance conducted to validate the approach taken. What's your view on external assurance in relation to this project?
I was in agreement with the Chair. I think the project, from what I saw since March 23, there was a lot of the wider executive mentioning things are going on, we are doing investigations, but there was no hard facts in terms of where the investigations were leading. So if we did go external, it probably would have been executed a lot quicker in terms of a project.
It says there, you referenced the meetings with postmasters who'd made allegations against Mr Bradshaw and queried the level of explanation provided regarding the investigation process. Ms Marriott noted the employer's duties to protect an employee. In light of this, the approach advised to postmasters had been more general. You queried whether the process could be simplified. She advised you that engagement had been had with sub-postmasters via their legal advisors, as this is how the postmasters had advised that they wished to be engaged. You queried whether there was a timescale for conclusion of the investigations. She replied that the team had not wished to push too hard, given the sensitivities for postmasters in recounting events. That said, engagement with all the postmasters who had made allegations in relation to Mr Bradshaw were due to be completed by the end of June. The team was similarly looking to complete meetings with postmasters in relation to other cases. Broadly, were you satisfied with that explanation?
No. However, there was no other choice. It was one of them situations where, unfortunately, we had to let the process do what it has to do with the right people dealing with it. For example, in this case, Nicola Marriott, and we had to let the process happen. There was no way of us getting it done any quicker.
Moving on to the past roles project, it says there the Chair asked Ms Marriott to provide an overview of Category 2. She spoke through the category, outlining the work that had been undertaken to assess the conflicts arising from the roles associated with the activity covered by the inquiry and current roles, and detailed the employee population that this work had identified. She noted proposed restructuring. However, this had not been actioned due to the need to retain the workforce, given the high number of new applications to the historic shortfall scheme. So it seems there that some individuals weren't redeployed who had been involved in investigations or audits, etc., because of the work that needed to be covered for the historic shortfall scheme. Is that right?
That's correct.
And what's your view on that?
Disappointing, and we did express, myself and Mr Jacobs, disappointment, because like I said previously, for the organisation to move on, we both believed decisions needed to be made on these individuals who were in Phoenix and past roles.
Thank you. If we turn over the page, I'm just going to read a few more passages from these minutes. Thank you. The first bullet point there, Ms Marriott detailed the proposed approaches in relation to the different employee populations within Category 2, noting the benefits and risks involved. For the 23 red employees, it was proposed that a preferencing exercise was run to understand the appetite for voluntary redundancy or redeployment. Can you assist us with who the red employees were?
They were the high risk.
Not their names, just...
No, the high risk employees.
Thank you. If we scroll down, we have there, we can see on the right-hand side, about halfway down, it involves yourself again. SI queried whether redeployment was appropriate for red individuals within this population as opposed to exiting these individuals from the business. Mr. Jacobs agreed with you that redeployment was not appropriate for individuals classified as red. There was discussion regarding how the proposed approach would be executed, with Mr. Jacobs querying whether the exercise could be conducted at one time and once, and the chair querying the continuation of this population in the business during the consultation period. Ms Marriott reminded the board that there was no allegations of wrongdoing in respect of the red population within the remediation unit, and that this group were red only because they undertook roles historically linked to the subject of the inquiry. What is your view as to the redeployment of those red individuals?
I wasn't happy, hence why I ensured I told the board of my view.
And why do you hold that view?
Because I just don't feel it's appropriate for the individuals who are in the red category to be firstly within the business, and I feel it's an insult that they were in the remediations unit.
That unit in particular?
Yes.
Because of the work that they do with sub-postmasters?
Correct. So a postmaster who was potentially terminated, wrongly prosecuted, has then got an individual who potentially has done all that damage to them and their life, then giving them a compensation, that just does not sit well with me.
Is it 110? Yeah. So I see time is rolling on.
Yeah.
I think we can return to this document after lunch, so perhaps we'll take a lunch break now.
Fine. And what time shall we resume?
We come back at 2:10.
Fine.
Thank you. If we return to that document that we were on before the lunch break and page 4. Thank you very much. So this is the board minutes of the 29th of April of this year. Could we scroll down to the bottom, please? And on that final, halfway down that final bullet point, we have Lorna Grattan sharing her preference that employees who were within the wider business who were found to be red be offered voluntary redundancy. You agreed, and the chair confirmed that there were no objections to that approach. If we scroll over the page, please, to the second bullet point, it says there, information arising from the inquiry in respect of T. Marshall and M. Caulfield was discussed, and this is again a reference to yourself sharing the concerns expressed by postmasters of T. Marshall remaining in her current post. The chair shared his expectation that these employees would come out of the business at this time if the material warranted that. You agreed with this, as did OW. OW is Owen Woodley. And it was confirmed that T. Marshall coming out of the business was presently being considered. Mr. Woodley confirmed that if there were issues, employees would be taken out of the business until the end of the inquiry. Can you assist us there with your views as expressed there?
So, firstly, regarding Tracy Marshall, she wasn't actually taken out of the business. She was only taken out from the postmaster engagement aspect of her job role. And for me, I think the notes, the minutes are quite clear. We had, for myself and Elliot, both of us were getting a lot of communication and text messages, various conversations with postmasters sharing concerns regarding some of the previous revelations throughout the inquiry. And what we did at this specific board meeting was express them concerns.
And are you concerned about any matters there in terms of those individuals in particular?
In what respect?
Was action subsequently taken in that respect? Are you aware of any action being taken?
Not to the level that postmasters were expecting, and I don't feel, from what I observed, and I've still seen whilst being on the board, that it was to the level the board were expecting. And I've not been given any further information on Miss Caulfield. Regarding Tracy, a postmaster, even after this, contacted me, advising me that she had been visiting his branch. So I'm not sure how this has been executed, because clearly there's been some miscommunication at some point.
Thank you. If we scroll down, we can see the board resolved to take a number of different actions. The first was the proposed approach as set out in the paper in relation to Category 1 employees. That was approved. Subject to the board being provided with details of and being satisfied as to costs and funding, the proposed approach as set out in the paper in relation to Category 2 employees is hereby approved, save that the 23 employees with the red categorisation would in preference exit the business rather than be redeployed. So it looks as though one of the resolutions from this particular meeting was a change in respect of those who had been categorised in the red categorisation. Is that right?
Yes.
And then third, the proposed approach as set out in the paper in relation to Category 3 employees was approved. However, with any investigations conducted following the conclusion of the inquiry. Thank you. That can come down. Can you assist us with which team within the post office carries out these investigations?
Into employees?
Yes.
So it's the panel that the post office has put together. And then beyond that, we're not really told, I've not been told specifically who's doing what investigations. We get a high-level overview as provided by Karen, Owen and Nicola, and that's it. There's never any real detail given or an investigation hearing was happening on XY date. We don't really get provided with anything like that. So it's a case of the post office conducting the investigation on the post office's terms, and then the board basically being given that information by the wider executive.
And are there members of the investigations team carrying out those investigations?
I wouldn't know. I'm not privy to that information.
Do you have any concerns about the fact that those investigations are being carried out internally?
Yes.
And why?
Because for me, and as I've said in my statement, I believe the investigation process within the post office is flawed. The whistleblowing process, I also believe, is flawed. And when we appointed the current whistleblowing champion to the board, Amanda Burton, prior to her appointment as the whistleblowing champion and REMCO chair, I raised serious concerns because she had been on the board of 2 previous organisations who had major governance and compliance issues, but we still went ahead and appointed her, and for me that was really disappointing. And when I'm having discussions with female staff members regarding investigations, and one female staff member approached me and said, she basically went through a sequence of events that happened to her, and I said, well, why don't you speak up, put it through whistleblowing? And she basically said to me, Saf, how can I do that? I said, but what do you mean? And she goes, if this organisation do what they did to me with the highest ranking female, who was Jane Davies, as a whistleblower, publicly exposing her in a business and trade select committee hearing, and she then loses her job, what chance have I got? And it was really, really difficult. And sorry, just to finish this answer, when you see the post office employee surveys, which have been provided to the inquiry, and you see 1 in 3 women have received unwanted comments, it's really disappointing that this culture persists within this organisation.
And where do you see responsibility for that lying?
It starts from the top. So there's certain responsibility that's got to be taken at board level, and I accept that. And there's more responsibility that's got to be taken from the wider executive level. And culture is owned ultimately by the executive, because they are responsible for the day-to-day practices that go on within the business.
Thank you. Could we please turn to poll 0044828? And if we look at page 3, please, we're going slightly back in time. So this is an email exchange that came just before that board meeting. So the board minutes were the 29th of April. This is an email from Mr. Jacobs to members of the board. Did you have input into this correspondence?
Yes, we did work on emails together, myself and Mr. Jacobs.
Thank you. And it says, Dear members of the board, we're writing to you today with an urgent and deeply troubling concern that demands our immediate attention and action. This follows on previous emails and requests, and you've highlighted there the number of requests, all of which have failed to result in any outcomes beyond confirming we have 6 staff members classified as Phoenix and 127 in past roles. You then, if we scroll down, address the further revelations that have occurred at the inquiry, including individuals responsible for postmaster engagement today knew about remote access since 2011, yet chose to remain silent, and you say it's a damning indictment of their character and integrity. Further on, it's unacceptable that individuals within our business continue to hold positions of influence, etc. And if we scroll up, we can see a response from Lorna Grattan of UKGI. She says, I share your concerns on this, though I thought we had time to discuss as a board at 6 p.m. on Monday, in brackets, after the GT discussion meeting. There was a discussion at this board meeting that we've just been seeing about it. I think it's Grant Thornton report, is that correct?
Yes.
And was it your understanding at the point in time in which this email was sent that the Grant Thornton discussion was to come first in that board meeting, or prior to the discussion about past roles and Phoenix?
Sorry, can you just...
Absolutely. So the suggestion here is that the Grant Thornton discussion meeting was going to take place first.
Yes,
Is
that's
that your
correct.
recollection?
Yes.
And if we scroll up, we can see a response from Mr. Jacobs. He says the Grant Thornton report is about governance. This is a key governance issue. It worries both Saf and I that the board can convene for a discussion on a report from an external firm, but not actually get one from our own business. Perhaps this is why an external review is necessary into this entire matter. If we scroll up, we can see Mr. Reed's response. Be assured we're all troubled by the appalling developments and revelations that are emerging at the inquiry. We have to be forthright in our action. We have not been as forthright in our actions as many would have liked. This is because it's not straightforward. If we scroll up, Mr. Tidswell says, it is on the agenda for Monday and has been since you raised it last week. We will deal with it first to make sure that there is sufficient time to discuss. I think your concerns are widely shared across the board. So it seems as though, following representations made by yourself and Mr. Jacobs, that the matter was given greater prominence at board level. Is that right?
That's correct.
Do you think there was sufficient attention drawn to it by the 29th of April?
Not sufficient to what I would expect, because I don't think from my time with regards to dealing with this matter that the other independent NEDs understood how much discontent this was creating within the postmaster community.
Are you satisfied with how those matters are going now, as at the present date?
No, because I still feel they should be done by an external organisation.
And in terms of the length of time, who do you consider is responsible for the length of time that those projects have taken?
The legal team, which the board just do not have confidence in.
When you say the board, the majority of the board, all of the board, some of the board?
Some of the board. I think the individuals on the board who were lawyers probably understand why things are taking a bit longer, but for definitely myself, Mr. Jacobs, and at the time, Henry Staunton, and there was I can't remember, Henry Staunton as well, yes, definitely, and a few of the other NEDs have also expressed concerns as to the speed and pace at which this is being executed.
I'd like to look at one particular example that might assist you with the issue of redeployment within the post office. Could we please turn to poll 003295521? This is correspondence that the inquiry has seen in a previous phase. If we start on the bottom of page 2, please. This is correspondence from Mr. Posnert to people who were part of historic investigations. And he says, please, this is 21st of April 2015, so some time ago now. Please note the cases below and whether you were a criminal investigator or financial investigator. Can you let me know whether you have any hard copy or electronic copy, documents, emails, evidence, etc., or indeed any information relating to the cases detailed, and it sets out there a number of cases referred to as historic investigation cases. If we scroll up, please, we have Mr. Thomas saying, "Dear Mr. Posnett, I'm pleased to advise you that I do still have the electronic documents relating to the Astwood Bank and Priory Road cases." And if we scroll up, we have Mr. Graham Ward, who says, "Why are you pleased? You breached the DPA, Data Protection Act, as you should have deleted them years ago." Smiley face. If we scroll up, please, we have Mr. Thomas's response, and he says, "Because I want to prove that there is no case for the justice of thieving sub-postmasters, and that we were the best investigators they ever had, and they were all crooks. Oh, and we never hit our post office profit targets anymore, as we stopped getting XX million in recoveries from bloody good financial recoveries through my good friends Ward, Harbinson, Posnett and the like. End of rant. Hence why Scott, that's John Scott, had to get rid of us, because we is right and spoke out. Power to the people, Wolfie Smith, exclamation mark, exclamation mark." And if we scroll slightly up, we have the response from Mr. Ward. "I'll be all right if I get VR." I think that's voluntary redundancy. "I fear the 2 years currently on offer may not be there next time." Looking at this as an example, do you have concerns about individuals who previously worked in the investigations team currently working within the business, irrespective of whether there is a specific allegation or evidence of specific wrongdoing against them?
Yes.
And why?
I just don't feel I just don't feel it's right morally that they should be in that position. And with these individuals, when I was reading the bundle that was sent to me, I was stunned when I saw this email, and this is evidence that we've got. There's obviously evidence. We don't know what we don't know. And my concerns are, for example, redeployment and VR, which has resulted in a lot of rehiring again, that it's a gravy train. People just board it again and again when they feel like it, and that cannot happen. And that's really disappointing.
And are you aware of individuals who were in the investigations team? So if we scroll over to page 2, thank you. We have all of those recipients of that email. Are you aware of any of those individuals or those who worked closely with them still in roles within the post office?
The post office has got 3,500 employees and 7,000 postmasters. It's very difficult for me to know who knew who on this email trail, unfortunately.
But in terms of those who, I think one of your concerns is that those who worked in roles that are relevant to the matters being
Yes.
investigated by the inquiry are still in some roles.
Yes.
Do you know numbers or proportions or anything along those lines?
We're not privy to that information. We're never given a specific breakdown, unfortunately.
Thank you. On a totally different topic, it's staying with this email. If we turn to the first page, please. On the topic that is raised in the bottom email on that page, potential targets or potential bonuses paid to investigators. Was that ever anything that was discussed at board level, from your recollection?
To specific investigators. There was, I think earlier this year, maybe January, February time, where concerns were raised after Mr. Bradshaw's evidence about where some of the recovered funds had got to, but never a discussion regarding bonuses paid for recovering debts from innocent postmasters.
Thank you. That can come down, please. We're going to now move on to a new topic, although related, and that's what we know as Project Pineapple. In your statement at paragraph 274 onwards, you've discussed 3 events that you say you consider to be of relevant wider context. The first of those is a letter sent by the CEO to the Lord Chancellor. And perhaps you can bring that up onto screen. That's POL 00448381. This is a letter dated the 9th of January of this year from Mr. Reid to the then Lord Chancellor. And it begins, as you give urgent consideration to the scandal as to whether and how the process for appeals against convictions flowing from the Horizon IT scandal can be accelerated, you should be in no doubt of today's Post Office's determination to ensure that proper redress is achieved for all those affected by the business's abysmal behaviour over the relevant time period. We are individually and collectively working as hard and as quickly as we possibly can to get compensation to those affected, to support the inquiry, and to provide ministers and officials in our sponsoring department with whatever assistance they require. Had you seen this letter before it was sent to the Lord Chancellor?
No. Nobody on the board had seen this letter, to my knowledge.
So it hadn't been raised at board level officially? No. If we, I'll take you to the third paragraph, and I'll just read that paragraph. It says there, in an effort to fast-track the appeals process ourselves and to encourage people to come forward, we asked our external legal advisors, Peters and Peters, together with Simon Baker KC and Jacqueline Carey KC, to undertake a review of all our historic prosecutions. The aim of the exercise was to identify potential appeals against conviction, which, following the judgment in Hamilton, we would be highly likely to concede in court. This has enabled us to write proactively to a further 30 potential appellants, in addition to the 142 resolved cases and the 5 awaiting consideration, encouraging them to mount an appeal, have their convictions quashed, and obtain appropriate compensation. So the test there in that particular paragraph seems to be those that would be highly likely to be conceded in court. Was that your understanding of that particular category? Second, it says a natural corollary to this exercise has been to identify those cases in which, on the information available to us and following the judgment in Hamilton, we would be bound to oppose an appeal. Typically, these cases involved convictions obtained by reliance on evidence unrelated to the Horizon computer system. The number of such cases is very much more significant at 369, with a further 11 still under review. There are another 132 which we cannot determine the sufficiency of evidence without more information. This clearly raises acute political, judicial, and communications challenges against the very significant public and parliamentary pressures for some form of acceleration or bypassing of the normal appeals process. So pointing out there that there is a very much more significant number of cases that don't fall within that first category. What is your view as to what's written there?
For me, this entire document was very disappointing because it highlights that the culture, unfortunately, within the organisation still has not changed at all. And it's saying, again, the reason why these postmasters have not come forward is because they are guilty. And that point was raised at board and in a private NED-only meeting, which is not minuted. And the board was disappointed with the lack of judgment in sending this letter out. And from the discussions that we had as a board, the chair was going to speak to the CEO, Nick Reid, about the letter.
So this letter is the 9th of January. Mm-hmm. Can you assist us approximately with when that non-executive director-only meeting took place? Was it shortly after?
It was a private meeting. It was in January before Mr. Staunton was dismissed.
And who was in attendance? All of the non-executive directors? Some of them?
It was open to all the non-executives, but I couldn't tell you if someone gave their apologies or. But
and was Mr. Staunton there?
Mr. Staunton was there.
The letter then says, we make absolutely no value judgment about what you and your colleagues determine as the right course of action, but consider it essential for you to understand the very real and sensitive complexities presented each case. Would you have expected a letter like this to have been considered at board level?
Yes, 100%.
And can you give us an indication as to the strength of feelings that was expressed at that non-executive director meeting?
I think one of the NEDs said it was careless. Another individual said it was a lack of judgment. There was definitely a feeling of disappointment. But again, it felt like the post office of the past, which is trying to close rank and protect itself, whereas being open and honest about what's happened and what's going on would have been a much more helpful position to move forward.
I think that can come down. That was the first event that's set out in your statement. The second concerns the use of the term untouchables. The inquiry can't look into what was or wasn't said at a parliamentary committee, so I'm not going to address that particular aspect of it. But can you assist us with who used the term untouchables?
The CEO, Nick Reed.
And when was that?
On the 18th of January, at a NED-only session, I think at 2:30 in the afternoon, and also in a board meeting towards the end of 23.
What did you understand that term to mean, or to have been used?
That was in relation to certain individuals within the organisation. For example, the investigators, the legal department, individuals within the legal team, the retail team.
And why did you understand that term to have been used?
Because they're untouchable. There's no accountability for them. And from what we had seen, and what I had seen, what Mr. Jacobs had seen, since we joined the board, it was clear that to me, certainly, it did feel like they were untouchable, because there'd been complaints, there'd been various points where, for example, on the legal team side, on the pastoral side, it just wasn't moving quick enough, and there was no performance management, no accountability.
Can you assist us with how that term was used? So is it saying that they have been untouchable, but we're going to be taking action? Was it that they are untouchable, or they should be untouchable?
They are untouchable.
And was a reason given for that?
No.
That's the second event. You've said that there was a third event, which was discussions regarding individuals still working in the business. Is that the Project Phoenix and past roles matter?
No, not necessarily just that. So there was concerns raised about the retail team, and when we appointed a chief retail officer, Martin Roberts, 2-3 months after his appointment, the wider executive and also the CEO, they were all saying the same thing, that he's not good enough for the role. It's not the level we expect. And myself, Mr. Jacobs, and other individuals on the board, we were looking at specific data sets. So when we said, what are the retail team doing? They're not engaging with the postmaster NEDs. How do we measure success? So we looked at the postmaster surveys. There's been plenty of time that they've had to implement and get things moving in the right direction, but they weren't. And they were getting worse and worse. And the response was, well, there's certain people like Martin, for example, who are untouchable. And when it came to the discussions after, sorry to finish my first point, 2-3 months after Martin started, there was always discussions had, we need to do something, but nothing ever happened. The lack of performance management within the post office is unbelievable. I've never seen anything like it.
Thank you. That was the third event, and that takes us now to what we refer to as the Project Pineapple email. Could we please turn to poll 00448-302, and it's page 4. This is a note from Mr. Staunton to himself, which is later forwarded on to you, sent on the 14th of January of this year. But it says, note of conversation with Saf and Elliot on Sunday, the 10th of January. Now, you've addressed this at paragraphs 277 to 279 in your statement. I think the dates are wrong in the statement, because it's clear here that the conversation took place, or it seems to be clear that it took place on the 10th of January. Would you agree with that?
Sorry, what's the date in the statement?
I'm not sure, but I think it was slightly later.
What number paragraph?
277 to 279. Yeah, so that says Sunday the 7th of January at 277. It's page 113 of the statement.
Sorry?
Page 113 of the witness statement. Paragraph 277.
Well, they both agree it was a Sunday. It's
Yes.
just a question of which date is right.
Yes.
Yes, it's the date you've got on here is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In fact, yes. Well, I'm sure somebody can look up what date the Sunday was.
That's not Sunday, because that's January the 4th.
Thank you. This
Well,
is
Mr. Page has played detective, and if you look at the top of the email, Sunday, January the 14th, means that it must have been January the 7th.
Yes.
It was the Sunday.
so. In fact, it looks as though this was prior to that letter from Mr. Reid to the Secretary of State for Justice, because that was the 9th.
Yes. The conversation happened the Sunday prior, the 7th. So Mr. Staunton's date.
The date there is wrong.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you. Let's start with paragraph. First of all, although it's not a transcript or an exact note, is it a fair summary of the matters that were discussed with Mr. Staunton?
Yes.
The first paragraph, we'll go through each paragraph step by step. Saf said the views expressed by Richard Taylor and previously by management and even members of the board still persisted, that those postmasters who had not come forward to be exonerated were guilty as charged. It is a view deep in the culture of the organisation, including at board level, including that postmasters are not to be trusted. Something needs to be done. Can you assist us with the views expressed by Mr. Taylor? What was that?
Mr. Taylor was the Director of Corporate Affairs, and his views were in the press how he thought postmasters were on the take and dipped their hands in some of the tills. And for myself and Mr. Jacobs, that was very disappointing but not surprising, because from my time in dealing with the wider executive, there is always a level of suspicion when dealing with postmasters. That's not just as a non-executive, that is also as a postmaster.
And do you have anyone in mind?
No, I think it's just a general cultural problem.
Second paragraph, Martin Roberts and certain members of his team were singled out. There has been no feedback on the investigation into Roberts, including for inappropriate behaviour and lack of integrity. He was responsible for the postage stamps debacle, where changes were made to accounts by his team, just like Fujitsu. Just pausing there, what was that issue?
That was very, very disturbing for myself and Mr. Jacobs when we heard this. And you'll hear from Mr. Jacobs tomorrow, but he had first-hand experience of that happening in his branch. And when I had a meeting with Mr. Roberts prior to this, so late 23, my words to Mr. Roberts were, your actions are more brazen than the actions of Fujitsu and what happened in the past. Fujitsu went through the back door and you're going through the front door. And Martin advised me, Saf, I've become aware of it and I'm looking into it. Okay. And then nothing, well, I wasn't, neither myself nor Mr. Jacobs were given any update beyond that.
And what exactly was it that happened with the postage stamps?
So, they're not called investigators anymore. They are called branch assurance visits. So, you've got employees of the post office going into branches to input stamps on Postmasters Horizon terminals to ensure the back office side of the post office matches to what the postmasters have got on their systems. Now, some postmasters were aware and some were not aware of this happening. But my duty as a postmaster Ned was to ensure this was raised. And Elliot raised this also at ARC, which brought the problem to the surface. But again, as I've said, then nothing ever, there's been no feedback to either of us since this has happened to say this has now been stopped, only until we've received the report a few days ago. And until then, I've never had no correspondence whatsoever on that. So again, we just ignored when we put this forward.
And it says there, if Elliot had not been on the Audits and Risk Committee, the controls would not have been strengthened. Roberts and his team do not want any extension to their terms of office, as they believe new postmasters would not have the experience to challenge them. If we scroll down to the next paragraph, please.
Can I just go back onto one point, if you don't mind? I think what's quite telling on the previous point that you mentioned was the other NEDs in the room. I don't think they quite realised the magnitude of this issue. And I think this is where having that operational savviness now played a massive role in terms of bringing the reality of what we were actually doing on the ground to board level.
Thank you. The next paragraph, equally, Saf and Elliot are fed up with the amount of power wielded by Fote, that's Ben Fote, General Counsel.
Yeah, but that's regarding the entire legal team. So Ben Fote, Sarah Gray, their team.
He and other members of the senior team act as if postmasters are guilty until proved innocent. As per my experience, they both said. Can you assist us with that quotation?
So, for example, the way Mr. Jacobs was treated throughout his investigation was exactly what it says there, which is you are guilty until proven innocent. And unfortunately, the way some postmasters are now dealt with, the letter initially may say this is a voluntary investigation and voluntary attendance, but you've not got a choice technically but to go and defend yourself. And the overall way in which, as I've mentioned previously, the way investigations are being conducted and how the post office is marking its own homework was very, very uncomfortable for us, and we were calling it out.
No one believes us is a constant refrain from postmasters. Whilst Fote is at the helm, nothing will change. Why have you singled out Mr. Fote in particular?
We didn't, we were talking in general terms of the legal team, and the tone of this, just to be clear as well, was Henry's file note.
Yes.
I didn't even know what a file note was until Henry did this, and the tone maybe should have been better. I do accept that.
Does the tone reflect the conversation?
The tone does reflect the conversation, yes.
We must
capital letters and
that capital letters indicate that you felt particularly strongly about something, or that you were raising your voice, or what do you?
No, it's the way Mr. Staunton has documented it, but he's documented accurately what we discussed.
We must also part company with all those investigators who behave so terribly with postmasters. What on earth is happening if Steve Bradshaw is still with us? His performance at the inquiry was a disgrace and reflected terribly on the post office. Foat uses his leadership of the inquiry team as an instrument of his power. It all has to stop. The postmaster is not the enemy. Only postmasters can solve this and tell us how to change. JB is an ex-policeman. Who's that a reference to?
John Bartlett.
Sorry, John?
John Bartlett.
And he's the current head of the investigation?
Yes.
His behaviour has been unacceptable, and he needs to move on to prove that we have changed. Next paragraph, the payment to one postmaster of £16 as compensation said it all. Did you have direct experience of that matter?
Yes, so that was a point Mr. Jacobs specifically mentioned. That they've waited for so long and they got paid £16. How disappointing is that?
In the next paragraph, there are some 48 people involved in investigations. There are over 40 just like Bradshaw. These people need to go. Project Phoenix was allowed by folk to go into the long grass. Can you assist us with what was meant there?
So, as we've discussed prior to the break, how the legal team have had this specific project and they've been dealing with it for nearly 2 years and nothing seems to have happened. And what regarding the previous paragraph, I did reach out to JB and to Sarah Gray at a drinks reception in October 23, and I specifically mentioned, allow postmasters to work with you. Let's try and make this a better place and deal with the issues quicker. And I never got any response. The only response I ever received from Sarah Gray, who's the interim head of legal, was after I submitted my statement to the co-participants. After 3-4 days, I got an email saying, can we reset the relationship? Which I thought was a bit ironic. In terms of Steve Bradshaw, I did mention at least 2 to 3 board meetings towards the back end of 23 that the business needs to be prepared for what's coming out, and again ignored. And then once Steve Bradshaw gave testimony, the board and the wider executive were, how is Steve still in the business? What's going on? Why have we not dealt with this? And that's providing you some context in terms of where the long grass came from, because we thought it should have been dealt with.
Sticking with that paragraph, it says, Bradshaw went into one of Saf's stores some years ago and immediately said, we are closing you down. Is that something you recall?
Yes.
PMs, postmasters tell him not much has changed since. There is a complete lack of respect for postmasters, and that has to change. Next paragraph. As a board, we need to send a signal to the executive, providing guidance and improving the culture significantly. The current culture was described as toxic, references to our reaction to fake notes, ATM differences, etc., etc. Toxic is a phrase that's mentioned by a number of people, may mean different things. What did you mean by the reference to toxic there?
For me, it's got various meanings. Not what's expected, misinformation, unfortunately, there's some disinformation, that kind of culture towards postmasters.
It says, we discussed a suggestion that we set up a board committee on culture with both, if we scroll over, postmasters on it with 1 or 2 others. It would need to have teeth. It would be outside Saf and Elliott's non-executive director responsibilities and would require additional REM. It would have the benefit of making us more PM-centric. We need, as a board, to be seen to grip the situation. Do you have anything to add in respect of that paragraph?
No, I think it's pretty clear what Mr. Staunton's intentions were in trying to deal with the issue.
And it says, both thought there ought to be postmaster non-executive director membership on all committees, including REMCO, and that was something you spoke about early on in your evidence today. It may be another postmaster director would be needed, but that may be difficult. It was noted that the December bonuses went down badly with postmasters. There were no similar bonuses for postmasters. Our generous sick leave was highlighted. There are no similar benefits for postmasters. How are we accepting so many people drawing sick leave payments, especially in HR? If we scroll, please, to page 3, we see at the bottom of page 3, Mr. Staunton sends this note to both yourself and Mr. Jacobs. He says, I've done a file note of our conversation. Is that a fair reflection of your views? How do you feel about me sending it to non-executive directors before the next meeting? The English doesn't need to be perfect. The key points are important. Are there any points I have missed? Who was it understood by you to potentially be receiving this file note?
Initially the NEDs, so we can have a discussion.
And was there due to be a meeting?
Yes.
If we scroll up, we see from yourself, and you say this seems fine. If we scroll up further, we can see the response from Mr. Jacobs. He says, yes, this is a fair reflection of our discussion. He then addresses a point on ATM discrepancies. Next paragraph, he says, one final thing to add, path clearing risks. Looks like a witch hunt if we start going into branches saying you've got losses to make good. This will have echoes of the past. Very briefly, can you tell us what path clearing was?
So there's a program that still hasn't got off the ground yet, which is called RTP, Retail Path Clearing. And this project is to get the post office network ready for the new branch systems. Now, the purpose of this project is to ensure branches' books balance before the new system is implemented. Now, the problem myself and Mr. Jacobs had was the tonality and the current culture in the organisation did not give us any confidence at all to have this programme executed in the manner it should be. And what was not helpful either was the individuals who are responsible for this programme, accountable. For example, Martin Roberts, at the October 23 board meeting, he was informing the board about a horror story about one specific postmaster who potentially did something which then was relayed back to the board, which gave the board the wrong kind of perception of postmasters. And unfortunately, we kept getting a few stories like this. And when we were having one-to-ones with Martin, he would repeat these kind of stories. Now, our fear was if he's running that program, it's going to look like exactly what it is, as in the echoes of the past. And there probably will be branches with shortfalls, but it's about how we deal with them going forward. And we just did not have the confidence that the business could execute this.
So the business, having not significantly chased shortfalls for a number of years, are going to reach a point at which they have to confront people's shortfalls. Is that the issue?
Yes, and I'm not saying the business shouldn't do that. Of course the business should do that. That's the right thing to do. However, there's a way and an approach to do this. And as we've seen from the correspondence, as we've seen from some of the conversations that myself and Elliot were having, it's very difficult to walk into a branch with who has a shortfall with the cultural baggage that you have to have a neutral starting point. It's very difficult.
Thank you. And the final paragraph there, since we spoke, I see the VOC, I think that might be VOP, Voice of the Postmaster, have issued a press release. It backs up everything Saf and I said when we spoke to you. Just pausing there, who are Voice of the Postmaster?
Voice of the Postmaster are an independent organisation who have more postmasters than the NFSP, active postmasters. This is a voluntary organisation, and quite a few of the postmasters I speak to are very, very complimentary of the VOP in terms of how they've helped them. And an example is in my statement when I was contacted by a member of the VOP regarding the Yateley post office.
We'll come to that shortly.
Okay.
Thank you very much. And we'll also come to the press release itself in a moment.
Okay.
Let's scroll up, please. The response from Mr. Staunton. Dear both, would you like me to copy the independent non-executive directors with my file note and Elliot's clarification? Accordingly, it would not go to Nick, but may help elicit a joint view from the non-executive directors. Nick has his hands full and is under enormous stress with the select committee in defending himself in yet another investigation. I will brief him after the conversation with the non-executive directors. Were you aware of any particular stress on Mr. Reid at this point in time?
Yes, he had been through a lot.
If we scroll up, we can see your response. You say, yes, happy to send it, but it might be worth sending along with the voice of the postmaster press release too. If we scroll up, Mr. Staunton says, have just this minute sent a note to Di. Was Di his secretary, Diane Blanchard?
Yeah, she's our collective PA.
Forwarding the voice of the postmaster press release, Elliot's clarification email, and my file note. You respond, thank you for your support and effort, Henry. It's refreshing to see and much appreciated. If we scroll up above, Mr. Staunton says, I am determined to get it right for existing postmasters and past wronged postmasters. However, I nonetheless appreciated your thanks. What was your view of Mr. Staunton's leadership at the post office?
My experiences with Mr. Staunton were positive. I thought he brought a commercial perspective to the business that was well needed. He was wanting to get more involved in fixing the issues that I don't think Tim Parker was a lot more trusting of the wider executive, whereas Henry Staunton quite quickly saw some of the issues that were occurring, especially regarding information that was and was not coming to board. And for him, getting justice for the postmasters that have been wronged was one of his top priorities.
Thank you. That's the 15th of January. There's then a Teams meeting on the 18th of January. Can we please turn to poll 004485503? We see there an email to the non-executive directors from Mr. Staunton ahead of our call on Thursday. Please see email below an attached copy of the Voice of the Postmaster press release for January, together with a letter addressed to me. In addition, please see attached file note I prepared following my conversation with Saf and Elliot on Sunday. They have agreed last night that I could share with you. They were very supportive of Nick, but you will see the Voice of the Postmaster have made negative statements about Nick. Could we please turn to poll 004485537? And this is the Voice of the Postmaster press release. They say, we deplore the actions of the post office in the past and the present, and we believe nothing will change, and the only way for the post office to move forward is a complete overhaul of the organisation, and it looks like it's a bit of a manifesto for change. Is that right?
Yes.
First, justice for previous postmasters and compensation paid as soon as possible. And then there's a reference to the pay increase, lack of a pay increase. Third, the removal of any employees from within the post office that were employed during the Horizon scandal period. The revelations this week and throughout the inquiry are not new to postmaster or employees within the post office. This is common language, and the approach will never change without a complete overhaul. Then they call for the removal of Mr. Reid as CEO. They say that he has failed to provide compensation, failed with the cultural overhaul, failed to remove the CFO, failed to remove the CRO, failed to remove individuals drenched in guilt in the past, failed to reduce central costs, failed to hold to account the woeful postmaster engagement team. What was your view of this press release?
I agreed with the press release. Maybe they went a bit too far regarding Mr. Reid because they wouldn't necessarily be aware of the pressures Mr. Reid was under. But the vast majority, from a postmaster's perspective, looking into the organisation, it's quite clear that the business has failed on a number of these points.
Now, we saw that email, the covering email, that attached both this press release but also the file note as well, and Mr. Jacobs's email. That was sent to non-executive directors. Were you aware that they were also circulated at some point to Mr. Reid?
Yes, Mr. Staunton did send them to Mr. Reid.
And
that's what I've been told.
Yes.
We did ask for disclosure. My solicitors did ask, but the post office refused.
But you weren't aware at the time that it took place. You weren't asked in advance as to whether that could be shared with Mr. Reid?
From my understanding, my understanding was that it would be shared with Mr. Reid.
Thank you. Do you recall a conversation about that?
Yeah, I think from what I recall, the initial sequence of events was to have it discussed with the NEDs. Then once that's happened, to then escalate it to Mr. Reid, so then he is aware of our concerns, and then hopefully have a plan of action to help solve issues.
And was your understanding that that would be on a confidential basis?
100% on a confidential basis.
Moving now to the Teams meeting of the 18th of January, can you recall who attended that meeting?
Yes, Lorna Grattan was not invited, and I think Ben Tidswell gave his apologies.
Thank you. And was Mr. Reid present?
Yes, for some of the meeting,
And
the first part.
do you know why it was only some of the meeting and not all of the meeting?
I can't remember. Maybe it was... There's always a point. So, for example, after board meetings, we have a NED-only discussion as well, and Mr. Reid would leave the room or sign off if it was an online meeting. So I'm assuming where we had a situation where there was just specific topics to go through just with NEDs only. So Mr. Reid gave his update and then exited the meeting.
And there came a point, you say in your statement, that you were informed that Mr. Reid had sent that correspondence to Mr. Fote and Mr. Roberts. Can you assist us with how you were informed of that?
Yes. So what was extremely disappointing was Mr. Reid had already sent the email to Mr. Fote, Mr. Roberts, and to other individuals within the organisation who were in their team. And whilst on the call, at no point did he mention that he had done that. So we were unaware. And Mr. Reid then left the meeting as he would, and the discussion moved on to the rest of the agenda. And then Amanda Burton advised the meeting that, just to make the board aware, the remaining individuals on the call, that she had had a discussion with someone, with Ben, or she had a discussion with someone who received this email. And my heart sunk, feeling, wow, I'm already vulnerable. This has now put me in an even more compromised position.
Just pausing there, why do you say you were vulnerable?
Because I'm a postmaster.
And what do you mean by that?
The culture in this organisation, as it's been documented, is you are guilty until proven innocent. If there is something potentially, postmasters are seen with suspicion, unfortunately. And being on the board, now going not necessarily up against, but that's what it looked like. All we were doing was our duties as directors, calling things out, trying to put this organisation in a better place. But it looked like it was myself and Mr. Jacobs against the untouchables. That's what this looked like. So we were extremely vulnerable, extremely concerned. And the fact that Mr. Reid had sent the email was a horrendous breach of trust. And I sent an email at 10 o'clock to, sorry, am I jumping?
No, you carry on, please.
So I then sent an email at 10 o'clock because honestly, I was so disappointed, asking some serious questions of Mr. Reid's judgment.
I think we'll come to that email.
Okay, sorry.
There's one email before that I'd like to take you to, and that's Mr. Staunton's email. Could we turn to poll 004483887? And that's an email from him at 6:17 p.m, so the same evening. If we scroll down, he says as follows. He says, Nick confirmed he has sent the confidential note to the independent Neds entitled Project Pineapple to Ben and Martin, amongst others. This note contained the private comments of our postmaster, non-executive director colleagues, inter alia, on Ben and Martin. I have suggested he immediately apologise to Elliot and Saf, as this was a very serious incident as far as they and other non-executive directors were concerned. Elliot and Saf were now exposed to further investigation from these two individuals, particularly in view of the fact that investigations were untouchable, to use Nick's words. I suggested he apologise to all non-executive directors at our private meeting before the board, which he is happy to do. Just pausing there, did Mr. Reid apologise to you on that occasion?
He blamed Henry for sending him the email.
It then says, Nick said it was an accident resulting from the huge pressure on him. There is a lot on his mind, including the investigations on him. He understands it was a serious lapse and was very apologetic. There's a reference there to an investigation on Mr. Reid, very briefly, because we will come to it in due course. What do you understand that to be a reference to?
That was the investigation into the complaints made against Mr. Reid by the former Chief People Officer, Jane Davies.
Thank you. After that occasion, there's a reference there to a meeting before the board and a potential apology. Was there a subsequent occasion on which Mr. Reid did apologise?
No, as I've said previously, he blamed Henry for sending him the email, which I couldn't get my head round, to be honest. And for me, as I've said, it was a massive breach of trust. It's not something that I would have expected a CEO to have done. It was very, very disappointing and a very scary time.
Could we please turn to poll 004483883? And if we could look at page 2, this is your 10:08 p.m. email. Second page, please. You say, Dear Nick, I'm writing to address a deeply concerning and distressing matter that has recently come to my attention. As you're aware, there was a confidential meeting held between myself, Elliot, and the chairman, where we discussed our observations and concerns regarding the operations of the post office and our ongoing cultural issues. Regrettably, it has come to my knowledge that the notes of this meeting, which were intended to be kept in strict confidence, have been circulated to the individuals who were the subject of our discussion. You set, if we scroll down, a number of different questions. So you say, I request that you thoroughly investigate how the breach of confidentiality occurred and address the following questions. Was this breach a result of negligence or a lack of judgment on your part? How can a mistake of this magnitude happen within this organisation, especially when dealing with sensitive matters and with all the current spotlight on us? Third, by exposing me to such a compromising and jeopardising position, how do you expect me to continue working effectively with the individual? Information to our end user have occurred in the past. Did you receive a substantive response to these questions?
I still haven't received a response to any of this, to this email.
Thank you. If we scroll down slightly, there's reference there to becoming aware of the distribution of non-disclosure agreements. Again, we're not going to go into what was or wasn't said before Parliament or going into legal advice in that respect. But in broad terms, what was your concern regarding non-disclosure agreements?
For me, there was organisations who could, and individuals who could be more helpful to the inquiry, but unfortunately they had to abide by NDAs. And for me, that was morally wrong.
Thank you. If we scroll down, your email continues. And if we go over to the first page, we see that Mr. Jacobs echoes your views, and we'll be hearing from Mr. Jacobs tomorrow in respect of his email. So that might be an appropriate moment to take our afternoon break. Thank you. If we could come back at past.
David. 10. Yes, Mr. Blake.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Ismail, was there something that arose from our previous discussions that you wanted to say?
Yes, I would just like to give clarity on one of the questions you asked me regarding the inputting of stamps on to Postmasters Horizon terminals. I'm not sure if I was clear before. The problem myself and Mr. Jacobs had with that practice in the current post office was that created shortfalls, and those shortfalls then required postmasters to dispute. However, it was the post office going in creating them shortfalls, which was problematic. I just thought I wanted to clear that out.
In your view, did the sub-postmaster have sufficient visibility of what was going on at their terminal when the post office was coming in to input that information?
So some postmasters were not aware, some postmasters were aware, but either way they had very little choice. They were told, this is what we need to do, and you need to review and dispute it if you've got an issue.
In terms of those who weren't aware, was there a notice that was subsequently sent round or information provided to those sub-postmasters?
I'm not sure how they were communicated with, but one of the reasons I know they weren't aware is because they weren't at the branch when the practice took place, when they received the assurance visit.
Thank you. Moving to another document, poll 00448-385. There was a board meeting on the 29th of January of this year, and this is a note that you prepared in advance of that board meeting. And we'll see there are two, I think we have at least two versions. I think this was your original draft, is that correct?
Yeah.
And that's a longer list of concerns to add to those that were in the original Project Pineapple email, is that correct?
Correct.
You say, as we prepare for the upcoming board meeting, I wish to draw to your attention to several critical matters to consider and discuss further. Was the aim of this to send this to everybody who is going to be attending the board?
Correct.
The first issue was the confidential email on Project Pineapple. You say you sent an email raising serious concerns about how and why this has happened. However, your response remains unanswered since your communication on the 18th of January. Would this lack of respect and response be the same if another non-executive director, or is it because I'm a postmaster? Second, the role of legal. You say, despite ongoing investigations spanning years, over 40 employees remain employed within the organisation, whose continued presence raises serious questions about our hiring and retention policies, causing embarrassment for the post office. Are those all the issues that we've already spoken about?
Yes.
If we scroll down, there is another heading of culture. Postmaster discrimination must end immediately. This rhetoric, they are all on the take and the same is unacceptable. Richard Taylor comments are common within the walls of the post office. And I was stunned to learn this also the business legal position, as the chairman confirmed to me after my persistent request for clarity. Can you assist us with the writing in red, please?
So there's two versions of this. This version has more clarity on it and a bit more context. And this was something that I felt I needed to add on to the cultural piece just to give it some more context. And this was after the letter that was sent to Alex Chalk.
And what did you mean by that paragraph?
For me, the business still has this perception that postmasters are on the take, unfortunately, and as Richard Taylor's comments mentioned, and also unfortunately the letter to Alex Chalk, for me, it's still not the right position that this organisation should be in.
So where you refer to the business legal position, that's the letter to
Yeah.
the Lord Chancellor.
Yes. And even from an investigations perspective, the default position within legal is not right. It's, again, protect the post office at all costs, and it's not a neutral position to start from.
Thank you. If we scroll down, the next part in bold, a comprehensive re-evaluation of the retail and postmaster engagement team, and you give a series of reasons why you consider there should be a comprehensive, at this point, re-evaluation. We'll see the later version, I think, calls for it to be disbanded altogether.
Yeah.
If we look at the first one, you say first and foremost, their inability to adapt to the evolving needs of postmasters. Can you assist us with, very briefly, with that first issue?
The simple test was looking at the postmaster survey, and for me, they had failed miserably because the results were getting worse. And what was not helpful either was when it came to the VOP, the business being told, so Henry was specifically told, and I'm assuming so were the retail team from Sarah Gray, not to communicate with the VOP, which for me was very disappointing, because as an organisation we should be communicating with anybody who represents postmasters.
And is that because the formal lines of communication are with the National Federation for Sub-postmasters or the Communication Workers Union rather than this new organisation, or something else?
No, the default position within the post office is to communicate with the NFSP. That is the recognised body. However, as I've said previously, the VOP has now got more members than the Federation. And for me, even if the CWU has a few members, we should still be talking to them. We shouldn't be trying to play one off the other. And the legal advice, which is privileged, the post office didn't weigh privilege on that. For me, it was disappointing seeing that response to stifle any kind of conversation that could take place for the betterment of postmasters.
Thank you. If we scroll over the page, please, you then say, additionally, their track record. Can you assist us with that point, please?
So there was, we had strategy days in 21. We have them every year. There was some in July 21, July 22, and July 23. What was disappointing was there was specific targets set to try and get the business in the right in the right direction. And this business, to be clear, is dealing with an unprecedented level of issues. So the strategy is really important to ensure there's still a post office left after this inquiry. Now, what was disappointing was the executive would cherry pick, the wider executive, would cherry pick the issues that they wanted to implement. Now, the example here regarding DMBs were when myself and Mr. Jacobs had a discussion, the payback period and the planning that was done regarding DMBs was 40 years. It was so poor in terms of the way it was planned, and this is a huge cost to the business. So it was disappointing that there was no effective execution of strategies that had been discussed.
The next example you give is in relation to the postmaster surveys. What was the issue there, briefly?
The postmaster surveys were just not a true reflection of what was going on. So if you look at July 24's board meetings, how the sets of data was presented from the postmaster engagement team and from the HR team, from Tim Perkins and the HR team, and the difference was the data was very similar. However, the data presented by Tim Perkins was accurate and had integrity and was trying and said, yeah, we're not good enough, and these are our problems, let's make a plan to fix. Whereas the postmaster team was quite happy with the 30% that were happy, and they didn't look at the 70%. So unfortunately, this manipulation of data I found very unhelpful to mark your own homework again. and potentially be linked to bonuses within the organisation's culture, unfortunately.
The next paragraph, you say there, you refer to recent incidents such as, and that's the stamps issue, I think, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then you say individuals within this team have several complaints against them. Very briefly, can you assist us with that?
Sorry, is it the paragraph where moreover recent incidents?
Individuals within the team, the final highlighted paragraph.
It's in reference to what I've already mentioned, so the untouchables, the performance levels, and the fact that we're discussing this, but there's just no performance management, and how within the organisation we're told in September and October how morale's low because people are worried when they're getting their when they are going to be receiving their bonuses, and it just showed the huge cultural disconnect with the wider executive and the postmasters of today.
Moving on, the next part in bold is the NDA issue, which we've already addressed. We then have establishment of a postmaster oversight committee, and that's, I think, the matter that we saw in your previous correspondence with Mr. Staunton. That was something that was floated as a potential recommendation. Is that right?
That's correct.
Thank you. Could we please turn to poll 00448-406? And this is the final version, or this is an updated version that was sent to Mr. Staunton.
Yes.
Broadly the same. I think if we scroll down, we can see suspended historic employees is now a standalone topic. I think it wasn't a standalone topic.
Just to break it down, the point of this note was we want to set this business up for success. We want it to be right. We want it to be here for generations to come. And by giving the board an opportunity to see what's really causing stress to postmasters and causing stress to the postmaster NEDs and bringing it to life to produce a plan to deal with it, that's where this note was going. Another point to just add to this, and I'm not sure if you're going to come to this, hence why I'm mentioning this now. Once Mr. Staunton was dismissed, this note never actually made it to the board, unfortunately. And myself, and Mr. Jacobs will speak for himself tomorrow, I was definitely on the edge, and I was ready to resign if the business could not do this, because the level of resistance that we were getting constantly for what we were trying to do was bitterly disappointing.
The next paragraph we see there, as discussed, it is now disbandment of the engagement team. If we scroll over the page, now the role of legal counsel, and it now refers to Ben Fote specifically. Why Ben Fote in particular?
Because Ben Fote was the head of legal, and we had had discussions regarding whistleblowing and how that was marking its own homework within legal and how it shouldn't be, should be a totally separate function. So that specifically was to help Ben to be in a better position to manage his workload, but also help the organisation getting into a better position to deal with investigations and whistleblowing.
Thank you. Could we turn to poll 00448-384, please? Mr. Staunton responds, and he says, "Dear both, Elliot, I think you were going to raise a number of these issues with Nick. His responses would help Saf finalise his note. How would you like me to take this forward? Options are copy your note to Nick, copy to Nick and all non-executive directors. You just present these issues at the private meeting or other. A good outcome would be making some big changes whilst maintaining your relationship, including with Nick. Quite difficult." 2 days later, Mr. Staunton was dismissed. Do you know how or were any of those options ultimately taken up?
We couldn't. The plan for me was to go to board and present these points to the board and see where the board wants to take action. And as I said previously, resigning was going through my thought process. However, I would have been letting down the postmasters of today, yesterday, and there would be no oversight. So I just couldn't do that.
How did you hear of Mr. Staunton's dismissal?
From Sky News.
Did anyone tell you why it hadn't been notified in advance to, for example, non-executive directors?
Because there is a tiered board system. So there's certain individuals on the board who know everything. Then there's other individuals who know a little bit more. And then there's Postmaster Neds who know on a need-to-know basis. So there was clearly, from looking back in hindsight, issues and discussions being had, which I was not privy to, which resulted in Mr. Staunton's dismissal.
What was your understanding at the time for the reasons for his dismissal?
I wasn't given any clear instructions, and from the conversations Mr. Staunton had, for example, on redress, it was unhelpful when a government minister advised him to put a sticky plaster approach on the post office to hobble on through to the next election. And that was unhelpful for all of us, for the CEO, for the board. It was unfair. So the explanation that we were provided after Mr. Staunton was dismissed was his behaviour became erratic. I never saw that, but I wouldn't be seeing Mr. Staunton every week, so I wouldn't necessarily be in his company, if you see what I mean. So for me, I didn't see what Mr. Staunton had done wrong until later on when Mr. Tidswell briefed the board in terms of what, how and why ultimately. And Mr. Tidswell also mentioned that there were some NEDs who were willing to resign, and it was a very vague statement. And from the conversations myself and Mr. Jacobs had, certain individuals within this wider executive thought it was me and Mr. Jacobs, and we made it very clear to the NEDs and to the wider executive that at no point did we imply that Mr. Staunton should go or we would go. That's just completely incorrect.
Do you know if there were, in fact, other non-executive directors who did threaten to resign?
I raised the question at the private NED meeting, and I wasn't given an answer.
One final document before we finish for the day. Could we please look at poll 00448514? And if we could start on page 2, please. This is the 31st of January of this year. An email from Martin Roberts, the Group Chief Retail Officer. He says as follows: Elliot, Saf, I appreciate you taking the time last evening to apologise and explain the dreadful situation I found myself in over the last few weeks. The allegations and comments were uncalled for and upset me a great deal and should never have happened. And the detail sent to me under the title Project Pineapple was unacceptable. I would now ask that you please put in writing the apology and retract all the allegations and statements presented in the email that I was copied in on. I look forward to receiving the email reply so that we can move on and continue working together. How did you feel on receiving this email?
So myself and Mr. Jacobs had a discussion, and I do sympathise with Martin. I feel he was put in an unfair position as well. And again, like he said, he the way he received it, he didn't expect either. And there's an email after this where we
Should we have a look at that? That's on the first page. If we scroll over to the first page, please. You have Mr. Jacobs. So
yes.
Was this email discussed with you before it was sent?
Yes, we did that quite regularly.
And he says, as promised, Saf and I sat down and talked with Martin after the board meeting yesterday. An honest and open discussion was had, and we believe we put the matter to bed. This evening, we've received the email below from Martin asking us to retract the statements made in the document. Whilst we have both made clear the tone and the way it was delivered was unacceptable and should never have been circulated, the contents is not something we feel is incorrect with regards to the retail team leadership and performance. When we look at the points in question, our position remains that these are both important and urgent issues which must be addressed, not ignored, regardless of how they came into his mailbox. And then you set out there all of the issues. And you say none of the above represent issues that we believe we can or should withdraw from the record. However, they were inappropriately delivered to the people who received them as a result of Henry's actions. We have a call booked with Martin for our quarterly catch-up tomorrow morning, a standing call in the diary, and we're not looking to inflame matters further, but clearly we cannot just issue some sort of blanket withdrawal. As such, your guidance would be appreciated on how you think we should approach this. It might be suggested that all of this infighting, that the request for a written apology in response to the Project Pineapple email, and frankly, from all sides, it is more like a playground than a billion-pound company. What do you say about that?
I agree with you. It's really disappointing. And for myself and Mr. Jacobs, once Henry was dismissed, as I said before the break, we were left in a very vulnerable position. And the business didn't help us. Myself and Mr. Jacobs had to clean the mess up. So we proactively organised meetings with Martin and with Ben, because for us it was the organisation is more important than any of us, and we had to repair our relationships. The points we made were very clear, and we stuck with the points we had made because for us they were correct and they needed to be dealt with. However, the business didn't do anything to manage the relationship or help us put it to the past and move forward. And looking back, yes, it does seem very playground style. It's like when my children fight. It seems that kind of a scenario, unfortunately. But again, this is the lack of taking ownership. And this is a classic example of someone senior within the business saying, right, let's have an adult conversation. This needs to be nipped in the bud. Let's move this business forward. And unfortunately, that just didn't happen. It was left to me and Mr. Jacobs.
So I said one final email. There is one more document on this topic, and could I just take that very briefly?
Of course.
Thank you. It's Bays 40753. This is a note from Minister Hollandrake's office, taken by the private secretary to the then minister. It's a meeting on the 29th of February 2024. We see there the attendees were Mr. Reid, Catherine Sherratt, the interim CFO, the transformation director, Lorna Grattan from UKGI, and others. And I'm just going to read to you a very short passage from that. If we scroll down, Lorna Grattan says as follows. She says, need as much support as you can get from Ben Tidswell to try and get the board functioning properly. We need to try and find a way through the Project Pineapple memo. Mr. Reid says, we'll have a board meeting tomorrow and we'll see where we can get to. Postmaster Neds may use tomorrow as an opportunity to criticise on funding and anti-postmaster sentiment. Need to avoid tomorrow morning being a proper road crash. Catherine Sherratt says, had a bit of a flavour of it on Monday. They think it did not do enough for the postmasters. Elliot mentions where the investment for the future of the business and postmaster REM is front and centre. Costs are rising, and this has been a theme of theirs for quite a while. Mr. Reid says this goes back to whether the postmaster directors are playing a role of a director or a trade union rep. I don't know where that's going to go. They're extremely exposed as a result of Project Pineapple, not sure how to patch this up in a slight standoff. How were your relations with Mr. Reid and others at this point in time?
So it was difficult once Henry had left because of the way the board's tier system was working. And I feel for Mr. Jacobs it was difficult also because Mr. Staunton did mention in a private phone call that the UKGI rep and one of the previous NEDs, whilst his investigation was going on, this was all while Pineapple was happening, they did make anti-Semitic remarks about him. And so for him, he was already feeling really, his morale was low, and for myself as well. And once we moved forward, once Mr. Staunton had left, Mr. Tidswell took the realm, it was very difficult to try and be in a position of where the business understands where we are at. So there was a bit of a standoff, and all we were trying to do is put the business in the right direction. And it clearly shows how the wider executive, and on this occasion it's the CEO, Nick Reid, how they just couldn't digest the critique that myself and Mr. Jacobs and the challenges that we were producing for the wider executive, hence why their opinion is we were acting more like trade union reps. And again, from my perspective, the last 2 budgets this organisation has done, I rejected both on the understanding it did not address what postmasters were asking for. And the business just ignored me and carried on. Within them budgets, again, there's plenty for the incremental increases for POL staff and their bonuses, but it just does not go far enough. And these are the true realities of what's going on. But clearly, as this note shows, the wider executive just does not want to listen to that.
And Lorna Grattan continues, they're not in a good place and aren't operating in a way appropriate for the business. Mr. Reid says, how can they ensure their own self-interest doesn't cut across their role in supporting the post office as a business? The minister says, keen to support any way we can. Mr. Reid says, want to try and create an environment where we don't create a drama. And the minister says, these are business people, and I think that if I felt I had a business that was in terminal decline, I'd be pretty worried as well. They're bound to look for solutions, radical ones, but what can we do to try and spread a picture to the network that there is a more positive future? The more you can indicate there is a sustainable future to this, the better. We can all see with what's happened over the last few weeks, there's an appetite for change here, and articulate it to your advantage to set a new perspective. And if we just go over the page, please, about 3/4 of the way down. Just below let's park it now. The minister says, in terms of other messaging, the mutualisation has died down a bit. Mr. Reid says, met them on Monday, voice of the postmaster, etc. Their main point was about the future of the post office and representation of postmasters. We're going to see some governance work done by Grant Thornton in a few weeks' time. And Lorna Grattan says, I don't think postmaster oversight of the board is worth it. I think there's good mileage for more postmaster input in the retail part of the business. Were you aware of the nature of the relationship between the executive level and either UKGI or the Department for Business as set out here?
I did have some understanding, but from my observations being on the board, I slowly started realising, initially I wasn't, let me rephrase, the previous UKGI shareholder, Tom Cooper, I feel was more transparent and a lot more open. Now, I've not got any criticisms either way, but I think Lorna's taken the role slightly differently. And once Lorna started, obviously I had already had a certain amount of experience being on the board. And then I realised quite quickly that Lorna's style was very, very different. She was very, very close to the wider executive. And she clearly, obviously, from this raises points which are not in the business's interests, because what myself and Mr. Jacobs were asking for the last 2-3 years was automation. One example, producing a new system, which is not a replacement for Horizon. That's not good enough. We need a system that is 2030 minimum ready for what the future looks like for this network. So this was very basic asks that myself and Mr. Jacobs had. And this meeting, this entire document clearly shows what I said previously, which is this is a tiered board, was a tiered board, and individuals are given information on a need-to-know basis, which is not the way a proper, functioning, good governance, compliant board looks like, unfortunately.
Thank you very much. Sir, we will be exploring those issues further tomorrow.
Thank you very much. So don't discuss your evidence overnight, all right? And there may be some confusion about our start times. I think on our website, it was still being suggested that we start at 9:45. I think we've agreed, have we not, that we're going to start at 10 in this phase, giving ourselves an extra quarter of an hour to get ready for the fray, so to speak. So just in case anybody was under any doubt about that. See you at 10 o'clock tomorrow, albeit remotely.